Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is Lesson 1 of Course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella, and I've been studying Spanish for 9 years and living in Spain for the last 2. I'm so excited to help you on your Spanish language journey, so without further ado, let's get started. Our first lesson is all about greetings, or saludos. This is a perfect place to start when beginning any new language, because this is the first thing that you say to a person when you meet them. Our first vocabulary word in this lesson is hola. I'm sure you already know this word, but let's practice it anyway. Hola. Hola. Very good. It's important to note that the H in Spanish is always silent, no exceptions. So we don't say hola, it's just hola. Hola. Awesome. Let's keep going. After you've said hola, you might want to introduce yourself. There are 2 ways to introduce yourself in Spanish. The first is by saying soy. Soy. Soy, and add your name at the end. So I would say, soy Isabela. I am Isabella. Soy Isabela. You try it with your name. Very good. Now, like I said, there are 2 ways to introduce yourself in Spanish. This is one of them. The more common way is by saying me llamo. Me llamo. Literally, this means I call myself, but really it's just a way to say my name is. Now, this word is not me. In Spanish, the E always makes the sound E. E. So this word becomes me. Me. And in Spanish, the double L always makes the sound Y. Like the Y in English, Y. Me llamo Isabela. Me llamo Isabela. Me llamo Isabela. Fantastic. Let's keep going. So what if you want to ask someone what their name is? You say, ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? Literally, this means, how do you call yourself? But again, it's really just a way of saying, what is your name? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? The O in Spanish always makes the sound O. O. Never O. Always O. And the accent over the first O indicates where the stress in the word is. If you have an accent over a letter, then that means that is where the stress is. So instead of como, it's como. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? Very good. So after you have introduced yourself to someone and they have introduced themselves to you, you can say, mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. Just means nice to meet you. Give it a try. Mucho gusto. Excellent. All right. No, that's not correct. Now let's try a practice, or práctica. This is a practice conversation. I will be black and you be red. I will say the words and phrases, and then I will pause and allow you to reply. We're only using the phrases that we just learned. Okay? Let's try. Hola. ¿Cómo te llamas? Me llamo Isabela. Mucho gusto. How did you do? Let's check. Is this what you said? If not, go ahead and rewind the video and do it again. If it is what you said, then let's keep going. Another great way to greet someone is by saying, Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días just means good morning. And look, we have an accent over the I. So this is where our stress is. Buenos días. Días. Another great thing to know is that in Spanish, the D is much softer than it is in English. An English person would say day, but a Spanish person would say they. When making the D sound, put your tongue right behind your teeth. It softens the sound. So instead of saying días, it becomes días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Excellent. Let's keep going. After the morning comes the afternoon. So we say buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. It's important to note that one R in Spanish does not roll. It's only with two R's. So it's not buenas tardes. It's just buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Now, why is there an A instead of an O? That's because the word tardes is feminine and the word días or día is masculine. And so these two words need to match. Masculine gets an O and feminine gets an A. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. What comes after afternoon? Good evening and good night are the same in Spanish. We just say buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Noche, again, is a feminine word, so it gets an A. Buenas noches. Very good. Buenas noches. Now, what if you want to say, how are you? It's very simple in Spanish. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo estás? You try it. Excellent. How do you reply to this question? There are many ways, but the best way to start is by saying, estoy bien. Estoy bien. You can use this word if you want to. It's muy, which means very. So you can say, I am well, or I am very well. Estoy muy bien. Estoy muy bien. Estoy bien. Excellent. Now, if someone has said, ¿Cómo estás? I say, estoy bien. If I want to know how they are, I can say, ¿Cómo estás? Or I can say, ¿Y tú? ¿Y tú? Literally, it means and you, which is correct, but we might say and yourself in English. ¿Y tú? ¿Cómo estás? Estoy bien. ¿Y tú? ¿Y tú? The T in Spanish is much like the D. It's softer than it is in English. So this is not tú, it's tú. Which again, you can make the softer T by bringing your tongue right up behind your teeth instead of through your teeth. Tú. ¿Y tú? Perfect. Time for another práctica. This one's very easy. Ready? Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy muy bien. Gracias. How did you do? Did you get them all correct? Excellent. If you did, let's continue. If not, give it another go. Let's move on. A good way to say goodbye in Spanish is a simple adiós. 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 Excellent. Adiós. Notice the accent. This is where our stress is. Adiós. 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 Another great thing to say in Spanish when saying goodbye is hasta luego. Hasta luego means see you later. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. Very good. Remember, the H in Spanish is silent, so this is not hasta, just hasta. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. Excellent. Let's review all the words and phrases we've learned today. Repeat after me. Hola. Soy Isabela. Me llamo Isabela. ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? Mucho gusto. Buenos días. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy muy bien. ¿Y tú? Adiós. Hasta luego. Excellent. Let's do one more práctica for today. This time, you are still red, but you are going to start the conversation. Look at what I'm going to say and use that to help you figure out what you are going to say. I'll wait for you to begin. Hola. Me llamo Isabela. Mucho gusto. Estoy bien. ¿Y tú? Hasta luego. How did you do? Let's check. Is this what you said? If not, feel free to rewind and try again. If it is, congratulations. You've done very, very well. Felicidades! Congratulations! You have completed the first lesson of this entire course. Maybe it seemed very simple to you. Maybe it seemed a little difficult. Either way, you did it. And I'm very, very proud of you. In our next lesson, we will start to learn the manners. Until next time, adiós! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 2 of course 1. Let's begin. Before we start today's lesson, I really would like to do a quick review or resumen of the words and phrases we learned in the previous lesson. So repeat after me. Hola. Soy. Me llamo. ¿Cómo te llamas? Mucho gusto. Buenos días. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy muy bien. ¿Y tú? Adiós. Hasta luego. Good job. All right, so our lesson today is all about manners or modales. These are really important to learn early on in your language journey because if you find yourself in a situation where you need to apologize for something, it's important to know how to do that. So we have a series of words today, most of which are apologies, and they can get quite difficult, but don't worry, I am here to explain everything to you. So our first word today is por favor. Por favor. This is just a simple please. Por favor. Very good. Our next word, one you might know, is muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Now, the muchas is optional. This just means very much. Thank you very much. So you can say muchas gracias or just gracias. And you may notice that the C I am pronouncing with a th sound. That's because I live in Spain, and here in Spain, they pronounce the C's with a TH sound. So this becomes gracias. However, if that feels very unnatural to you, you can say this the Latin American way, which is gracias. Both are completely correct. It's whichever one is easier for you, go ahead and use. That's how I see it. What's the appropriate response for thank you? You're welcome, obviously. In Spanish, it is de nada. De nada. De nada. Remember that the D in Spanish is much softer than it is in English. So this is not de nada, it is de nada. Just as a reminder, to make the softer D, bring your tongue up right behind your teeth, almost in between them, when you make the D sound. It softens it quite a bit. De nada. Good. All right, let's get into the apologies. It will seem confusing at first, but bear with me, okay? Our first apology is lo siento. Lo siento. Lo siento. This just means I'm sorry. A very simple I'm sorry. Lo siento. Another way to apologize is by saying disculpe. 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 This just means excuse me. Now, in Spanish, the I always makes the sound E. E. So this is not disculpe, it is disculpe. Disculpe. Also, it's good to note that the U always makes the sound U. Disculpe. Excuse me. Disculpe. Very good. Our next apology is perdón. 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 Remember that the accent in Spanish indicates where the stress in the word is. So this is not perdón, it is perdón. And this also means excuse me or I'm sorry. Again, don't worry, I will explain. Our last apology is con permiso. Con permiso. Con permiso. This literally means with permission. With permission. But is just a way of saying pardon or excuse me. Now, let's put these all together and figure out when is appropriate to use each of them. These are our apologies. So, disculpe is used when getting somebody's attention, like a cashier in a store or a waitress or waiter in a restaurant. If you want to get their attention in a polite way, it's good to say disculpe. Disculpe. Perdón is used when apologizing for small things like bumping into somebody, accidentally getting in somebody's way. It's good to say perdón in those situations. Lo siento is a really solid I'm sorry. And this one can actually be pretty interchangeable with perdón. So if you're in a situation, say you bump into somebody, and you don't say perdón, you say lo siento. That is totally okay. The meaning is still there. No one thinks you're weird. The last one is con permiso. And this is used when you want to interrupt somebody in a polite way. If you want to interject your own point into a conversation. All right. You think you got it? Let's test it. Let's do a quick little quiz. Or prueba. You are walking in a store and accidentally nudge somebody as you pass by. You say, perdón. Is that what you said? Good job. Let's keep going. You are sitting in a restaurant and want some water, and you need to call over the waiter. So you say, disculpe. Very good. Disculpe. Next. You are having a conversation with somebody and want to interject. You say, con permiso. Con permiso. Last one. You are hungry and you eat your roommate's last homemade cookie, not knowing that she was saving it. So you say nada, nothing. No, I'm totally kidding. You say lo siento. Lo siento. If you eat your roommate's last cookie, apologize for that. Lo siento. Awesome. Now let's learn a couple of extra words so we can put these words, these apologies, these polite words into practice. So our first one is café. Café. This is coffee. Café. Not calf. Cafe, no. Ca-a. The A makes an A sound. Café. Agua. This is the word for water. Agua. Agua. Again, the A makes an A sound. There are some British people, including people in my own family, who say agua, and it is not correct. Please don't say it that way if you're trying to speak Spanish. It's agua. Agua. Good. One other good drink to know is cerveza. Cerveza. Don't worry if this pronunciation is scaring you. Remember, the C's in Spanish make a th sound, but the Z's do as well. So this is cerveza. And the V's in Spanish make a very light B sound. Not cerveza. Your lips just touch very lightly when you make the V sound. Cerveza. Cerveza. Now, again, this is Spain pronunciation. If you want to be more Latin American, it becomes cerveza. Cerveza. Whichever is easier for you is totally fine to use. Now, if you want to order something in Spanish, you can say me pone. This is like, can you bring me? Me pone un agua. Me pone un café. Me pone una cerveza. Try it out with all the drinks. Me pone un café. Me pone un agua. Me pone una cerveza. Good. Let's review the words. Por favor. Muchas gracias. De nada. Lo siento. Disculpe. Perdón. Con permiso. Agua. Café. Cerveza. ¿Me pone? All right, felicidades, congratulations. You completed your second lesson of this course. I'm so proud of you. You're making progress. This one might have seemed very easy, even with all of the apologies. And that's great. If this is easy for you, then you will fly through this course no problem. If this lesson was a little more difficult, if the apologies are still confusing for you, you can go back and watch it again. You can also find more examples online very easily. In our next lesson, we will learn how to count from 1 to 100 in Spanish. Until then, hasta luego! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Lingua. Let's get started. Before we get into today's lesson, let's review, or resumen, the words that we learned in the last lesson. Repeat after me. Por favor. Muchas gracias. De nada. Lo siento. Disculpe. Perdón. Con permiso. Agua. Café. Cerveza. ¿Me pone? Good job. All right, so today's lesson is all about numbers or números. So there's a lot of vocabulary today and also not a lot of vocabulary today. We are only doing numbers. I am going to teach you how to count from 1 to 100 in Spanish. Don't worry, it's not as scary as it sounds. Once you understand the patterns in counting in Spanish, you'll learn it in no time. And it's something you can practice in everyday life. When you are walking up the stairs, you can count them in Spanish. When you are on the bus staring out the window and have nothing on your mind, practice counting in Spanish. This is a very easy thing to practice in the real world on a daily basis. So, let's start counting. Repeat after me. We will say each number twice, so feel free to go back and practice any others that are difficult for you. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Remember the C's in Spanish. In Spain, they say cinco. In Latin America, they say cinco. Both are correct, whichever you prefer. Cinco or cinco. 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10. This can be pronounced the Spanish way, which is 10, or the Latin American way, which is 10. Both are fine. 11, 11, or 11. 12, 12, or 12. 13, 13, or 13. 14, 14, or 14. 15, 15, or 15. 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20. Remember, the V in Spanish makes a very light V sound. So not quite 20, but 20. 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, or 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, 29. Okay, now, these are the tens. So, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. This is when the patterns really, really show up. The first 20 numbers can be a bit irregular, and then the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 100s, 101s, 200s, 300s, 400s, 500s, 600s, 700s, 800s, 900s, 1000s, 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, 2000s, 2100s, 2200s, 2300s, 2400s, 2500s, 2600s, 2700s, 2800s, 2900s, 300000s, 400000s, 500000s, 600000s, 700000s, 800000s, 900000s, 1000000s, 2000000s, 3000000s, 4000000s, 5000000s, 60000s, 70000s, 80000s, 90000s, 100000s, 110000s, 120000s, 130000s, 140000s, 150000s, 160000s, 170000s, 180000s, 190000s, 200000s, 210000s, 220000s, but these all follow the same rule. So 30 is 30, followed by 31, literally 30 and 1. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. You get the idea. 40 is 40. 40. 50 is 50. 50. Or 50. 60 is 60. 60. 70 is 70. 70. 80 is 80. 80. And 90 is 90. 90. Go ahead and pause the video and take a couple of minutes to practice saying all of these, as well as all of the other numbers that follow them. Once you've said it a couple times, it starts to feel a lot more natural. And finally, our last number for today is 100. 100. Or 100. Okay, good job. That may have seemed a little fast, and it's okay. This video is designed to be shorter to make it easier to learn the numbers. So, instead of reviewing all of them here, if you want to review them again, go ahead and go back to the beginning of the video and try saying all the numbers again, from 1 to 100. And I encourage you to go out and try and count things in Spanish just in your everyday life. It's a very easy thing to practice without having to talk to other people. And if you get nervous like me when practicing a new language with other people, it's very good to practice certain things on your own, and numbers are a great place to start. All right, felicidades, you did it. Another lesson in the books. Great job. This one is very simple and extremely useful, maybe one of the most useful lessons I can teach you. So go ahead and practice 1 to 100 again. We will do another numbers lesson in the future where we start getting into the bigger numbers. In the next lesson, we will learn the colors. Until then, adios! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome to Spanish for Beginners. This is lesson 4 of course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella, and I'm really excited because today's lesson is really, really fun. And we're going to learn some really important parts of Spanish grammar that we haven't yet touched on. So get ready and let's get started. This is normally the part of the lesson where we practice the words and phrases that we learned from the previous lesson. But since in our previous lesson we learned to count from 1 to 100, if you do want to practice the numbers again, you can just go back and rewatch that video. Have you been practicing your numbers by counting in the real world? Be honest. All right. Well, regardless, let's get into today's lesson. Today's lesson is all about the colors, or colores. And I don't know why, but for me, this is one of the most fun parts to learn about any language. I love learning all the colors. So let's learn our colors. The first one is azul. 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 Remember that in Spain, the Z becomes a th sound, but it doesn't do that in Spanish in Latin America. So you can say azul or azul. Both are totally fine, but make sure that your U is being pronounced U. Always U. Azul. Good. Our next one is rojo. 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 Remember that the J makes a h sound. Rojo. Good. Now, if you're wondering why there's an A right here, that's because sometimes rojo is used to describe an object that is feminine. And if rojo is being paired with a feminine word, it becomes roja. 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 Good. We'll practice this more later. Don't worry. Next one is amarillo. 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 Remember that the double L in Spanish makes a Y sound. Y. Yeah. Amarillo. And just like with red, rojo, amarillo is masculine, but amarilla is feminine. Amarilla. Amarilla. Good. Next one. Verde. 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 Now remember I told you that the V in Spain makes a light B sound. Verde. However, in Latin America, it does make more of the English V sound. So if you want, you can say verde. Verde. Good. Next one is marrón. 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 The double R in Spanish is what rolls. The double R in Spanish is what rolls. So it's not marrón, it's marrón. Rrr. If you have a hard time rolling your O's, don't stress too much about it. Sorry, not your O's. If you have a hard time rolling your R's, don't stress so much about it. It's totally fine. People will still understand you. But if you can roll your R's, it's always going to be best to do so. Marrón. Excellent. Next one is morado. 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 And then the feminine is morada. 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 Perfect. Alrighty. Next one is rosa and rosado. Repeat, rosa. 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 Rosado. 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 Good. This is the only color whose word is going to change between masculine and feminine. Next we have negro. 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 Or if it's feminine, negra. 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 Very good. Next we have blanco. 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 Or if it's feminine, blanca. 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 Up next, gris. Gris. This sounds just like the English word grease, like the grease from a pan or like oil, grease. But in Spanish, you have to slightly round that R. So, gris. Gris. Good. And last but not least, we have naranja. 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 Notice how this one doesn't have an O and an A at the end. That's because naranja stays the same regardless of the word that it's paired with. Even if it's describing a masculine object, it will still remain naranja. Alrighty, let's do some practice. I will give you 30 seconds to look at the colored bars and say the name of each of the colors. Ready? Go. How'd you do? Let's check. Repeat after me. Azul. Rojo. amarillo, verde, marrón, morado, rosa, rosado, negro, blanco, gris, naranja. Excellent. Now I have some nouns for us to learn, just a few masculine and feminine ones that we can learn and then pair with some of the colors to practice our masculine and feminine matching. So our first noun of the day is mesa, la mesa. This just means table, la mesa, la mesa, la mesa. This word is feminine, and we know this because its prefix is la. 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 La would also be used to mean the. So in a sentence, if someone said la mesa, it would mean the table. Another way we can know that a word is feminine is by the A at the end. Now, there are some words that have A's at the end that are not feminine. For example, agua is actually a masculine word. Why? I'm not sure, but it is masculine. La mesa, though, definitely feminine. Our next word is la silla. La silla. La silla. This is just a word for chair. La silla. Next we have la bolsa. La bolsa. La bolsa. This just means bag. La bolsa. El libro. El libro. El libro. This word is just book. And we know it's masculine because it starts with el. El. And the last letter of the word is an O. That is a really good indicator for us that the word is masculine and not feminine. El libro. Next, el espejo. El espejo. El espejo. El espejo. Good. This word means mirror. El espejo. Lastly, el bolígrafo. El bolígrafo. El bolígrafo. Remember, the accent means it is good. It is the stressed sound in the word. El bolígrafo. El bolígrafo. All right. And then just really quickly, I want to teach un and una. This just means a. Un is placed with masculine words. So un libro means a book. And then una is placed with feminine words. Una mesa means a table. All right, let's put this all together. Let's practice. So, el libro, this is masculine. How would we say the red book? El libro. What about la mesa? Feminine. La mesa. Un bolígrafo. Una bolsa. El espejo. La silla. How'd you do? Let's check. El libro rojo. What does this mean in English? Translate for me. Good. The red book. La mesa negra. Translate this. What is la mesa negra in English? Very good. The black table. Next, el bolígrafo rosado. Did you put rosado? El bolígrafo rosado. How do we say this in English? The pink pen. La bolsa amarilla. La bolsa amarilla. What is this in English? Very good. The yellow bag. El espejo azul. El espejo azul. And what is this in English? Perfect. The blue mirror. And lastly, la silla verde. La silla verde. This in English is the green chair. Excellent. You notice that the adjective, the color, comes after the noun. In English, it's the opposite, but in Spanish, your adjectives will always come after your nouns. All right, let's review our words for the day. Azul, rojo, amarillo, verde, marrón, morado, rosa, rosado, negro, blanco, gris, naranja, la mesa, la silla, la bolsa, el libro, el espejo, el bolígrafo. Excellent. Good job. Felicidades. You made it to the end of your 4th lesson. You're flying through this. Great job. If this was confusing to you, feel free to go back and watch it again. You can also leave questions down below and I can answer them. That's going to be it from me today. In the next lesson, we will learn about food. Until then, hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners. This is lesson 5 of course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella. And before we get started, pause this video and go grab a pen and a piece of paper because this lesson is very vocabulary heavy and it will be much easier if you are able to write down the vocabulary. You'll learn it so much quicker. All right, go do that. Are you back? Okay, let's get into the lesson. As always, let's start by reviewing the words from the previous lesson really quickly. Repeat after me. Azul, rojo, amarillo, verde, marrón, morado, rosa, rosado, negro, gris, naranja, la mesa, la silla, la bolsa, el libro, el espejo, el bolígrafo. Alrighty, let's get into today's lesson. Today we are talking about one of my favorite things in the whole world, food, or la comida. La comida. Today we're going to practice a lot of food vocabulary as well as get into some verbs as well to practice ordering food. Are you ready? Alrighty, let's do it. Our first food is el pan. El pan. El pan. Pan is bread. Next we have el arroz. El arroz. El arroz. Remember that the double R in Spanish is rolled, so rrr. And the Z in Spain Spanish makes the TH sound, right? And in Latin American Spanish, it's much closer to how we pronounce it in English. So if you are using Spanish pronunciation, it is el arroz. If you're using Latin American pronunciation, it is el arroz. Okay? And I just want to say that it really does not matter which one you choose. Use whichever one is most natural for you, whichever one is easier for you. If you choose the pronunciations that are easier for yourself, you're going to have a much easier time speaking with fluency as you progress in your Spanish language journey. Okay? Just keep that in mind. If you want to do a mix of Spain Spanish and Latin American Spanish, you do it, because it means that you will speak with more confidence and more fluency, and that's what's most important. All right. Tangent over. Let's keep going. Next we have el huevo. El huevo. El huevo. This is the word for egg. The H in Spanish, remember, is always silent. Always, always, always. I always hear Americans say huevo, and that is not correct. It is huevo. El huevo. Good. Okay, let's get into meat. La carne. Meat. La carne. Our first meat is el cerdo. El cerdo. El cerdo. This is the word for pork. And yes, you're right. This makes a S in Latin American Spanish. So, Spain Spanish, cerdo. Latin American Spanish, cerdo. I'm sure you see the pattern. And so for the rest of this lesson, I will not repeat this. Or S, you know the difference. Interestingly though, cerdo also means pig. So in Spanish, they do not make the distinction between pig and pork. It is just cerdo. Next we have el pollo. El pollo. El pollo. This is chicken. El pollo. Up next, la carne de vaca, or la carne de res. La carne de vaca is used in Spain, and la carne de res is used in Latin America. This is important. If you are in Spain, la carne de vaca, literally the meat of a cow, you must use this in Spain. In Latin America, you must use this. La carne de vaca, la carne de res. Good. Up next, el pescado. El pescado. El pescado. This is the word for fish. All right, let's get into my favorite part of food, the vegetables. Las verduras. Las verduras. Las verduras. Our first verdura is la lechuga. La lechuga. Lettuce. La lechuga. Next, la cebolla. La cebolla. La cebolla. This is onion. La cebolla. Up next, el ajo. El ajo. El ajo. This is garlic. El ajo. Up next, el pimiento. El pimiento. El pimiento. This is pepper. El pimiento. Coming up, la zanahoria. La zanahoria. La zanahoria. Carrot. La zanahoria. This one is difficult, I know, so take a few minutes to practice saying this one a few times. La zanahoria. 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 Continuing on, El tomate. El tomate. El tomate. This is tomato, and I know it's technically a fruit, but just cut me some slack. Up next, las frutas. Las frutas. Las frutas. La manzana. La manzana. La manzana. This is apple. La manzana. Up next, el plátano. El plátano. El plátano. This is banana. El plátano. Up next we have la piña. La piña. La piña. Up next, la fresa. La fresa. La fresa. This is strawberry. La fresa. Coming up, la uva. La uva. La uva. This is grape. La uva. Up next, let's get into bebidas. La bebida. Drinks. La bebida. Our first drink is leche. La leche. La leche. La leche. Good. El té. El té. El té. This is tea. El té. Up next, azúcar. 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 This is sugar. Do you remember the other drinks we have learned in this course? We learned café, agua, and cerveza. Remember those, also important. Next we have miel. 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 This is honey. Miel. Good. Now, let's talk about how to ask for food. This word is quiero. 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 Translated, this means I want. And it might seem rude to English speakers to say, I want this food. However, in Spanish, it is the normal way of speaking. It is not seen as rude to say, I want blank. Quiero. Quiero. And then con. Con. This is a word we've seen before, and it means with. Very simple. Con. Perfect. All right, let's do some practice. Here we have two very simple sentences, and I would like you to fill in the blanks. There is no right or wrong answer here. As long as you get your type of food correct, you're all good. So, practice these sentences. I'll give you 30 seconds. Try them multiple times with different answers. Alrighty. Here are some examples of things you could have said. Quiero arroz con pollo y pimiento. Say that with me. Quiero arroz con pollo y pimiento. Quiero arroz con pollo y pimiento. Quiero una manzana y leche con miel. Quiero una manzana y leche con miel. Quiero una manzana y leche con miel. Good. All right, there's a lot of vocabulary today, like I told you, so let's say all of these together one more time. Comida, el pan, el arroz, el huevo, la carne, el pollo, el cerdo, la carne de vaca, la carne de res, el pescado, las verduras, la lechuga, la cebolla, el ajo, el pimiento, la zanahoria, el tomate, las frutas, la manzana, el plátano, la piña, la fresa, la uva, la bebida, la leche, el té, azúcar, miel. Quiero, con. Great job. How's your brain? Does it hurt? It's okay. These are really great words to start with when you're first learning your Spanish foods. Sorry, I forgot the word food, even though we're talking about food. But either way, felicidades, you did it. There will be more food lessons in the future, but this was a great way for us to start with the basics and for you to start learning the foods. Little homework assignment for you. I would like you to go into your kitchen and find as many words on the list as you possibly can. If you have those foods in your kitchen, go ahead and practice saying them when you see them. Okay? In our next lesson, we will simply be going over the alphabet. It'll be a little bit of a break lesson. Until then, hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Last lesson, we had a ton of new vocabulary, so let's review it with each other. Repeat after me. Comida. El pan. El arroz. El huevo. La carne. El pollo. El cerdo. La carne de vaca. La carne de res. El pescado. Las verduras. La lechuga. La cebolla. El ajo. El pimiento. La zanahoria. El tomate. Las frutas. La manzana. El plátano. La piña. La fresa. La uva. La bebida. La leche. El té. Azúcar. Miel. Quiero. Con. Very good. Since this last lesson was so vocabulary heavy, I wanted to take a bit of a break today and do some very easy practice. So today, all we're going to do is learn the Spanish alphabet, or alfabeto. The Spanish alphabet is really easy to learn for English speakers because it's very similar to the English alphabet. The only difference is that they have 3 extra letters that we don't have. So today, all we're going to do is practice how to say all of the letters. What's really great about Spanish, especially for English speakers, is that Spanish is a phonetic language, which means that every word is spelled how it's pronounced, and all of the letters are always going to be pronounced the same way, which is great. There's no crazy rules, and sometimes it sounds like this, sometimes it sounds like that. It's very consistent. Spanish pronunciation is very easy for English speakers to learn. So if you can learn how to say all of the letters, then you can say all of the words perfectly. Are you ready? Let's start. A, A, A. B, B, B. C, C, C. D, D, D. E, E, E. F, F, F. G, G, G. H, H, H. I, I, I. J, J, J. K, K, K. L, L, L. Ella, ella, ella. M, M, M. N, N, N. Ñ, Ñ, Ñ. O, O, O. P, P, P. Q, Q, Q. R, R, R. R, R, R. S, S, S. T, T, T. U, U, U. V, V, V. W, pardon me. V, W, W, W. X, X, X. Y, Y, Y. Z, Z, Z. Good. Let's try it all together. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, R, S, T. U, V, W, X, Y, Z. One more time, a little bit faster. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, R, S, T. U, V, W, X, Y, Z. That's it. That's the Spanish alphabet. Felicidades, you made it through another lesson. Good job. This one was easy. This lesson was designed to be a little bit of a break, a little bit shorter. It's a good thing to know the alphabet in the language that you're learning in case you're ever in a situation where someone needs to spell something for you. You already know the letters. That's it for today's lesson. In the next lesson, we will be learning some vocabulary for the animals. Very exciting. Until then, adios. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 7 of course 1. As always, I'm your teacher Isabella, and let's get started. First, let's review the alphabet that we learned in the previous lesson. Repeat after me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, R, S, T. U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Very good. So today our lesson is all about los animales, animals. This is a fun, pretty easy lesson, but I want to introduce some verbs in this lesson. Just a few, and we will also see the beginnings of some very simple Spanish sentence structure. So let's get started and learn some animals. First we have el gato. El gato. El gato is the word for cat. Gato. Next, el perro. El perro. El perro. This is the word for dog. Perro. Next we have el pájaro. El pájaro. El pájaro. This is the word for bird. Pájaro. Next, el elefante. El elefante. El elefante. This is the word for elephant. Elefante. Next we have el león. El león. El león. This is the word for lion. El león. Up next, el oso. El oso. El oso. This is the word for bear. Oso. Next we have el caballo. El caballo. El caballo. This is the word for horse. Caballo. Up next, el tigre. El tigre. El tigre. This is the word for tiger. Tigre. Next, el toro. El toro. El toro. This is the word for bull, toro. Next is la tortuga. La tortuga. La tortuga. This is the word for turtle, tortuga. Next, el cerdo. El cerdo. El cerdo. This is the word for pig, cerdo. You've already seen this word, no? Remember that in Spanish, the word pig and pork has no distinction. It's always cerdo. Next, la vaca. La vaca. La vaca. This is the word for cow, vaca. Another word you've learned before. Next, la oveja. La oveja. La oveja. This is the word for sheep, oveja. Next, el pato. El pato. El pato. This is the word for duck, pato. All right, let's learn a few verbs. Our first verb is correr. 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 This is the verb to run. Correr. Next we have caminar. 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 This is the verb to walk. Caminar. Next, saltar. 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 This is the verb to jump. Rápido. 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 This is the word for fast. Rápido. Lastly, we have despacio. 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 Very good. Let's do some simple practice. I have 3 sentences here. You can mix and match words however you like. I have gone ahead and conjugated the verbs for you. These are all in the present tense. What I'd like you to do is fill in the blanks with any words that match. So we're going to have animals here and adverbs here. Go ahead and pause the video and take a minute or two to try these out with a few different combinations. How was it? Let's see the words I chose. Did your sentences look like this? If so, good job. If not, maybe try it again. Let's read these sentences together. La tortuga camina despacio. La tortuga camina despacio. La tortuga camina despacio. This means the turtle walks slowly. Next sentence. El perro corre rápido. El perro corre rápido. El perro corre rápido. What's the translation for this into English? Right, the dog runs fast. Simple, no? El gato salta. El gato salta. El gato salta. What's the translation for this? Very good. The cat jumps. Excellent. These are some super basic Spanish sentences, but doesn't look too different from English, does it? Not least in structure. It does get more complicated, but again, this is the beginning, and these are the basics, and this is a simple sentence, so no worries yet. Let's review the words we learned today. Repeat after me. Los animales. El gato. El perro. el pájaro, el elefante, el león, el oso, el caballo, el tigre, el toro, la tortuga, el cerdo, la vaca, la oveja, el pato, correr, caminar, saltar, rápido, despacio. All right, felicidades. Another day, another lesson. Great job. I hope this lesson was useful to you and gives you an idea of good basic Spanish sentence structure. We will start building on this in the following lessons, particularly with the verbs, so stay tuned. I will see you guys in that lesson. Until then, hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella. This is lesson 8 of course 1, and I hope you're ready to think today. Let's get started. As always, let's review the vocabulary from the previous lesson. Repeat after me. Los animales. El gato. El perro. El pájaro. El elefante. El león. El oso. El caballo. El tigre. El toro. La tortuga. El cerdo. La vaca. La oveja. El pato. Correr. Caminar. Saltar. Rápido. Despacio. Very good. Today's lesson is all about ejercicio, or exercise. Today we're going to take a look at several different verbs that have to do with exercise. We're going to do some more simple sentence structure, and then I'm also going to introduce conjugation today. Not very much, just the most basic of basics, but I just want you to start getting familiar with it. Are you ready? Let's go. The first few verbs you're going to recognize. Our first one today is caminar. Caminar. To walk. Caminar. And the next one you'll also recognize. Correr. 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 This is to run. Next we have saltar. 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 This is to jump. Saltar. Next we have hacer ejercicio. Hacer ejercicio. Hacer ejercicio. In Spanish, the word exercise is never a verb on its own, unlike in English. In order to make exercise a verb, you have to add the word hacer. Hacer is the verb for to do or to make, but in this context, it's to do exercise. Hacer ejercicio. Very good. Next, nadar. 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 This is to swim. Nadar. Next, bailar. 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 This is to dance. Bailar. Next we have montar en bicicleta. Montar en bicicleta. Montar en bicicleta. This means to ride a bike. Montar en bicicleta. Up next, jugar. jugar, jugar. This is the verb to play, jugar. Next we have sudar, sudar, sudar. This is the verb to sweat, sudar. Next we have no me gusta or me gusta. Me gusta means I like. No me gusta means I don't like. Me gusta. No me gusta. Next we have me encanta and no me encanta. Me encanta means I love. No me encanta means I don't love. This form of the word love doesn't apply to people. This applies to things and activities. So you would never put a person in here. Only actions, only things, that sort of thing. If we put these together, our verbs and our likes and dislikes, we can make very simple sentences. Go ahead and pause the video and practice these. Whoops. Me gusta, and then add a verb. No me gusta, add a verb. Me encanta, add a verb. Go ahead. Here are some of my examples. Me gusta caminar. I like to walk. Me gusta caminar. No me gusta correr. I don't like to run. No me gusta correr. I don't like to run. Me encanta nadar. Me encanta nadar. I love to swim. Me encanta nadar. All right. Now let's get into conjugation. What is conjugation? In Spanish, conjugation is changing the end of a verb to fit what you are talking about. Conjugation in Spanish is much different to conjugation in English. In English, conjugation is quite simple. It's the difference between I go and I went. But in Spanish, it's a lot more complicated and there are a lot of layers to it. So the sooner you start learning conjugation, the easier it's going to be to learn in the long run. Don't worry if after today's lesson you're still a little confused. We are going to continue to practice this. And in this first course, in course 1 of Spanish for Beginners, we will only be conjugating in the present tense. We are not going to touch any of the other tenses. This is a chance for you to learn what it is, how to do it, and to become comfortable with it before we move on in later courses. Okay? So, when we conjugate, we must think of this chart. There are 2. This is the chart for verbs that end in AR. So a verb like caminar. What happens when we conjugate is we get rid of the AR ending and replace it with one of these. We have 6 possible endings. We have the yo ending, which is I, tú, which is you, él, ella, he, she, usted is the formal you, nosotros is we, vosotros is a general you. I wrote y'all here because it's just sort of the best way to translate it in this context. But basically, if you're speaking to a group of people, in English, we just say you. In Spanish, they say vosotros. Interestingly, though, vosotros is only used in Spain. So if you are learning Spanish to go to Latin America, to speak with a Latin American, don't worry about this one so much. But if you have any plans to come to Spain, very good to know this. Then we have ellos, ellas, and ustedes. This is they. All of them are they. And this is still a formal you, just a plural version. Okay? So, confused? That's okay. Let's see how this looks in action. With the verb caminar. So if you want to say I walk in Spanish, you go yo camino. Yo camino. Say it. Yo camino. For you, it's tú caminas. Tú caminas. Tú caminas. You walk. Tú caminas. If we want to say he or she walks, we say él o ella camina. Él camina. He walks. Él camina. For the we have nosotros. Nosotros caminamos. Nosotros caminamos. We walk. Nosotros caminamos. Vosotros camináis. Vosotros camináis. Y'all walk. Vosotros camináis. Ellas caminan. Ellas caminan. They walk. Ellas caminan. By the way, ellas is used for a group of girls only. A group of boys is ellos. And if it's a mix, it's still ellos. Just for the record. Now, if you're a little confused about the endings, if they seem a little difficult, I want you to learn this beat with me. This is what I learned when I started Spanish, okay? It's o, as, a, amos, ais, an. Say it with me. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. If you remember that order, it becomes much easier. O, yo. Tú, has. Él, ella, usted, a. Nosotros, amos, vosotros, ais, ellos, ellas, y ustedes, han. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. Very important to remember. Let's check out another verb, okay? Now we have saltar. If I want to say I jump, I say yo salto. Yo salto. I jump. Yo salto. Tú saltas. Tú saltas. You jump. Tú saltas. Ella salta. Ella salta. She jumps. Ella salta. Nosotros saltamos. Nosotros saltamos. We jump. Nosotros saltamos. Vosotros saltáis. Vosotros saltáis. Y'all jump. Vosotros saltáis. Ellos saltan. Ellos saltan. They jump. Ellos saltan. Good. Let's keep going. Nadar. Yo nado. Yo nado. I swim. Yo nado. Tú nadas. Tú nadas. You swim. Tú nadas. Ella nada. Ella nada. She swims. Ella nada. Nosotros nadamos. Nosotros nadamos. We swim. Nosotros nadamos. Vosotros nadáis. Vosotros nadáis. Y'all swim. Vosotros nadáis. Ellos nadan. Ellos nadan. They swim. Ellos nadan. Very good. Let's try with an irregular verb. Now, the thing with irregular verbs is they're irregular. They change. They don't follow the exact rule as this. Case in point with jugar. Jugar is a good example of an irregular verb. So, jugar conjugates to yo juego. Yo juego. I play. Yo juego. Tú juegas. Tú juegas. You play. Tú juegas. Él juega. Él juega. He plays. Él juega. Nosotros jugamos. Nosotros jugamos. We play. Nosotros jugamos. Vosotros jugáis. Vosotros jugáis. Y'all play. Vosotros jugáis. Ellas juegan. Ellas juegan. They play. Ellas juegan. You'll notice that it's only irregular in the yo, tú, él, ella, and ellos, ellas forms. It's not irregular in the vosotros and nosotros forms. That's because it doesn't have to be. It's much easier to say jugamos than it is to say juegamos. So it doesn't change. Let's check out another one. Now, we're changing gears a little bit. Now this is ER-IR verbs. Verbs that end in ER or IR. They have the same endings, which is very nice. We only have to learn 2 tables instead of 3. It's very similar to the AR verbs, except it goes o, es, hemos, eis, en. And you can follow the same beat. O, es, hemos, eis, en. 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 Good. The same rules apply, it's just the endings are a little different. Let's see how this works. In correr. Correr becomes yo corro. Yo corro. I run. Yo corro. Tú corres. Tú corres. You run. Tú corres. Él corre. Él corre. He runs. Él corre. Nosotros corremos. Nosotros corremos. We run. Nosotros corremos. Vosotros corréis. Vosotros corréis. Y'all run. Vosotros corréis. Ellos corren. Ellos corren. They run. Ellos corren. All right, next. Hacer. Hacer is irregular, but only in the yo form. So it goes yo hago. Yo hago. I do or I make. Yo hago. Tú haces. Tú haces. You do or you make. Tú haces. Ella hace. Ella hace. She does or she makes. Ella hace. Nosotros hacemos. Nosotros hacemos. We do or we make. Nosotros hacemos. Vosotros hacéis. Vosotros hacéis. Y'all do or y'all make. Vosotros hacéis. Ellas hacen. Ellas hacen. They do or they make. Ellas hacen. Understand? A little confused? That's okay, don't worry. Let's review the words that we learned today. Ejercicio. Caminar. Correr. Saltar. Hacer ejercicio. Nadar. Montar en bicicleta. Jugar. Sudar. Me gusta. No me gusta. Me encanta. No me encanta. Felicidades! You made it to the end of this lesson. I know it was difficult, and I'm sorry, but don't worry, this is something we will continue to practice slowly over the rest of this course, and it's something that will be continue continually developed into the next courses as well. Conjugation can be really difficult. I have studied Spanish for 9 years. I have lived in Spain for 2, and I still make mistakes sometimes. It's okay. But we'll start with the basics and we'll go slow and you'll get it eventually, I promise. That's it for today's lesson. Next week, we will learn some of the most important words in Spanish, some of the most important verbs in Spanish, I should say. Until next time, hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 9 of course 1, and as always, I'm your teacher, Isabella. Let's get started. First, let's review the words that we said in the last lesson. Repeat after me. Ejercicio. Caminar. Correr. Saltar. Hacer ejercicio. Nadar. Montar en bicicleta. Jugar. Sudar. Me gusta. No me gusta. Me encanta. No me encanta. Good. In the previous lesson, we learned the very basics of conjugation. Today, I want to build upon that and also use that as a way to teach you some of the most important verbs in Spanish, some of the most commonly used ones. We're only going to be learning 7 new words today, 7 verbs total, and that's it. 7 verbs and conjugation. Are you ready? Get your thinking caps on, because many of these are irregular. Let's jump into it. Our first verb is ser. 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 This is the verb to be. Ser. Next we have estar. 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 This is also the verb to be. If you are confused, that's okay. Today, the difference is not important. We will do an entire lesson on the difference between ser and estar in the future. Today, just know that there are 2 to be's. Okay? Next, we have tener. 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 To have. Tener. Next, ir. 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 This is the verb to go. Ir. Next, poder. 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 This is the verb to be able to. Poder. Next is hablar. 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 This is to talk or to speak. Hablar. Lastly, we have ver. 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 This is the verb to see. Ver. Very nice. All right, let's jump back into conjugations. If you found this a little difficult or confusing in the last lesson, don't worry. Like I said before, conjugations take time to master, but the sooner you become familiar with them, the better. It makes more sense when you are building sentences, it makes more sense when you are trying to read, and it's just one of the best things you can possibly learn. Many Spanish beginner courses like this don't teach conjugation at the beginning, and I personally think that's a mistake. So, let's learn how to conjugate these verbs. Do you remember the AR verbs? Do you remember the beat that we assigned to it? O, as, a, amos, ais, an. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. Very important to memorize. If you can memorize that, you can conjugate. I know irregular verbs make things more complicated, but if you know that, you're on the right track, and things will start to become more familiar as you navigate Spanish. Let's check out an AR verb. Estar is irregular. Like one of the verbs we saw last time, it is only irregular in the yo form. So, estar. So, estar becomes estoy. Yo estoy. Yo estoy. I am. Yo estoy. Tú estás. Tú estás. You are. Tú estás. Él está. Él está. He is. Él está. Nosotros estamos. Nosotros estamos. We are. Nosotros estamos. Vosotros estáis. Vosotros estáis. Y'all are. Vosotros estáis. Ellos están. Ellos están. They are. Ellos están. Good. What about a regular verb? Hablar. This is much easier, no? Yo hablo. Yo hablo. I speak. Yo hablo. Tú hablas. Tú hablas. You speak. Tú hablas. Ella habla. Ella habla. She speaks. Ella habla. Nosotros hablamos. Nosotros hablamos. We speak. Nosotros hablamos. Vosotros habláis. Vosotros habláis. Y'all speak. Vosotros habláis. Ellos hablan. Ellos hablan. They speak. Ellos hablan. Good. Let's go over the ER-IR verbs. O-S-E, hemos eis en. O-S-E, hemos eis en. O-S-E, hemos eis en. Good. Let's see these in practice. Our first verb is ser, which is irregular. I'm sorry. It's irregular in all of the forms. So ser becomes yo soy. Do you remember this when we learned soy and then your name? This is where it comes from, the conjugation. Yo soy. Yo soy. I am. Yo soy. Tú eres. Tú eres. You are. Tú eres. Ella es. Ella es. She is. Ella es. Nosotros somos. Nosotros somos. We are. Nosotros somos. Vosotros sois. Vosotros sois. Y'all are. Vosotros sois. Ellos son. Ellos son. They are. Ellos son. Very good. Let's check out another irregular verb. Tener. Tener is also very irregular. Repeat after me. Yo tengo. Yo tengo. I have. Yo tengo. Tú tienes. Tú tienes. You have. Tú tienes. Él tiene. Él tiene. He has. Él tiene. Nosotros tenemos. Nosotros tenemos. We have. Nosotros tenemos. Vosotros tenéis. Vosotros tenéis. Y'all have. Vosotros tenéis. Ellas tienen. Ellas tienen. They have. Ellas tienen. Good. Another one. Ir. Also very much irregular, but it is only a two-letter word, so it kind of has to be. Ir conjugates to yo voy. Yo voy. I go. Yo voy. Tú vas. Tú vas. You go. Tú vas. Ella va. Ella va. She goes. Ella va. Nosotros vamos. Nosotros vamos. We go. Nosotros vamos. Vosotros vais. Vosotros vais. Y'all go. Vosotros vais. Ellos van. Ellos van. They go. Ellos van. All right, very good job. Let's keep it going. Poder, another irregular. Very sorry. Poder conjugates to yo puedo. Yo puedo. I can. Yo puedo. Tú puedes. Tú puedes. You can. Tú puedes. Ella puede. Ella puede. She can. Ella puede. Nosotros podemos. Nosotros podemos. We can. Nosotros podemos. Vosotros podéis. Vosotros podéis. Y'all can. Vosotros podéis. Ellos pueden. Ellos pueden. They can. Ellos pueden. Good. Next we have ver. Ver becomes veo. Yo veo. I see. Yo veo. Tú ves. Tú ves. You see. Tú ves. Ella ve. Ella ve. She sees. Ella ve. Nosotros vemos. Nosotros vemos. We see. Nosotros vemos. Vosotros veis. Vosotros veis. Y'all see. Vosotros veis. Ellas ven. Ellas ven. They see. Ellas ven. Good. All right, let's do a practice. I have the English translations of these conjugations here, of some of them. I would like you to put in the Spanish conjugation for each. Take your time. Don't worry. If you want to go back and look for help, you can, but I encourage you to try and do it from memory first. If you can do it from memory, that means you're really learning it. So go ahead and pause the video and fill it in. How did you do? Let's check. I am in the ser form is soy. He speaks is habla. They can is pueden. You are in the estar is estás. We go is vamos. She sees is ve. I have is tengo. Good. Let's do another one really quick. Go ahead and pause the video and try this one. How did you do? Let's see. They are in the ser is son. I speak is hablo. You can is puedes. We are in the estar is estamos. Y'all go is vais. I see is veo. They have is tienen. All right, good job. Let's review these words one more time. Ser, estar, tener, ir, poder, hablar, ver. Very nice. Felicidades, you made it. How's your brain? Are you okay? Again, I know it can be difficult, but just bear with me. In the next lesson, we will do even more practice. I have 7 more important verbs ready for you. So whenever you feel ready, after you've practiced these ones, go ahead and start the next lesson, and we will do even more practice. Until then, adios! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners. This is lesson 10 of course 1. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Let's begin by reviewing the verbs from the previous lesson. Repeat after me. Ser, estar, tener, ir, poder, hablar, ver. Muy bien. So today we're continuing learning more important verbs. I've got 7 more for you today. Let's get into them. Saber, saber, saber. This is to know. Saber. Conocer, conocer, conocer. This is also to know. Conocer. The difference between conocer and saber is that saber is something concrete that you know, like a fact. Conocer is more like to be familiar with. I'm familiar with a person. I haven't met them, but I'm familiar with them. Or you can be familiar with a subject. You know, you might not be an expert in biology, but you're familiar with it. Conocer can also mean to meet somebody. But if you know something for sure, then it's saber. Moving on. Poner, poner, poner. To put. Poner. Decir, decir, decir. To say. Decir. Querer, querer, querer. To want. Querer. Dar, dar, dar. To give. Dar. Comer, comer, comer. To eat. Comer. All right, let's review how to conjugate AR verbs. Remember, this is just if they are regular. There are many irregular verbs in Spanish. But for the yo form, I, it's o, tú, has, él, ella, usted, a, nosotros, amos, vosotros, hais, ellos, ellas, ustedes, han. O, has, a, amos, hais, han. O, has, a, amos, hais, han. I know it's probably annoying to hear me say it over and over again, but I promise it's the best way to remember it. O, has, a, amos, hais, han. This is how we conjugate dar. Dar is irregular, but it's only irregular in the yo form. So it's not do, it's doy. Doy, das, da, damos, dais, dan. Yo doy, tú das, ella da, vosotros damos, vosotros dais, ustedes dan. Doy, das, da, damos, dais, dan. Now to the ER and IR verbs. Dar was our only AR verb. This is very similar, but the A changes to an E. O, es, e, hemos, eis, en. O, es, e, hemos, eis, en. O, es, e, hemos, eis, en. Muy bien. Let's look at some of the ER, IR words. Saber. Saber, like dar, is irregular. Yo sé. Yo sé. Tú sabes. Tú sabes. Él sabe. Él sabe. Nosotros sabemos. Nosotros sabemos. Vosotros sabéis. Vosotros sabéis. Ellas saben. Ellas saben. Muy bien. You'll notice that, like with dar, saber is only irregular in the yo form. The rest are all regular. I wish I could tell you that there's a pattern for when a verb is only irregular in the yo form, but unfortunately, there really isn't. It's just something you have to memorize. It's probably one of the most difficult things to learn for English speakers when they are learning Spanish. Conocer. Conocer is also irregular, but only irregular in the yo form. So it's yo conozco. Yo conozco. Or if you want to do the Latin American pronunciation, yo conozco. Absolutely preference whatever's easier for you. I say conozco. Yo conozco. Tú conoces. Ella conoce. Nosotros conocemos. Vosotros conocéis. Ustedes conocen. Muy bien. Poner. Poner. Another irregular and another irregular that is only irregular in the yo form. Yo pongo. Yo pongo. Tú pones. Tú pones. Él pone. Él pone. Nosotros ponemos. Nosotros ponemos. Vosotros ponéis. Vosotros ponéis. Ellas ponen. Ellas ponen. Muy bien. Next one. Decir. Decir, again, irregular, but only in the yo form. Yo digo. Yo digo. Tú dices. Tú dices. Usted dice. Usted dice. Nosotros decimos. Nosotros decimos. Vosotros decéis. Vosotros decéis. Ellos dicen. Ellos dicen. Muy bien. Querer. Querer is also irregular, but is irregular in these four forms. In yo, tú, él, ella, usted, y ellos, ellas, ustedes. In nosotros and vosotros, they are regular. Or sorry, it is regular. But it's irregular in these forms. So finally, one that's not only irregular in the yo form. Querer conjugates to yo quiero. Yo quiero. Tú quieres. quieres. Ella quiere. Ella quiere. Nosotros queremos. Nosotros queremos. Vosotros queréis. Vosotros queréis. Ustedes quieren. Ustedes quieren. Muy bien. Comer. Comer, to eat, is regular. Yay! Our only regular verb for today. So this one's very easy. Yo como. Yo como. Tú comes. Tú comes. Él come. Él come. Nosotros comemos. Nosotros comemos. Vosotros coméis. Vosotros coméis. Ellas comen. Ellas comen. Muy bien. Let's do a practice. So I have a few phrases here using our vocabulary words. What I would like you to do is translate them. Don't worry about using the tú or the nosotros. You don't have to write it. You just have to write the conjugated word. For example, you wouldn't have to write tú dices. You could just write dices, because when you speak Spanish, you don't have to say the tú. By saying dices, the conjugation in the tú form, it already makes sense to the speaker which form you're using and to whom you're speaking. So don't worry about that here. Just go ahead, pause the video, and take a minute to translate these. How did you do? Let's check it. I know. Yo sé. Okay, I know I just said that you don't have to worry about these, but generally, if you're just saying I know in Spanish, like, oh yeah, I know, everyone says yo sé. So this is one exception, but don't worry. If you just wrote sé, that's totally fine. It's acceptable. He says, dice. They want, quieren. You know, conoces. We eat, comemos. She gives, da. I put, pongo. Muy bien. Let's do another one. Same sort of thing. Go ahead and pause the video and write your translations. How did you do? Let's check it. They know, saben. Y'all say, decís. I want, quiero. We know, conocemos. You eat, comes. I give, doy. She puts, pone. How did you do? If you got them all correct, great job. But if you didn't, don't worry. Since almost all of these are irregular, it does take some time to learn them. So you can go back and you can try it again. You can also write your own examples and try those as well. The best way to learn how to use these is to just practice them over and over again. The more you use them, the more natural it's going to be to conjugate them correctly in your head. All right, let's review the words before we go. Repeat after me. Saber. Conocer. Poner. Decir. Querer. Dar. Comer. Muy bien, felicidades, congratulations. You made it through another lesson. We have got so many more coming. You're going to learn a ton. So I will see you in the next lesson. Hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 11 of course 1. You've made it halfway through, so congratulations. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Let's review the 7 verbs we learned in the previous lesson. Repeat after me. Saber. Conocer. Poner. decir, querer, dar, comer. Very good. All right, so this lesson is a review of lesson 1. Over the next several lessons, we will do reviews of what we've previously learned. It's really important to review when learning a new language because repetition is key to memorization. Now, don't feel like you can just skip these lessons because in every lesson, I will be adding more vocabulary to kind of bulk up everything you've learned so far. So not only will we be reviewing the words we've previously had, we will also be learning some new words and phrases as well. All right? Okay, let's get started. Lesson 1 was all about greetings, and we started with hola. Hola. Very simple. Hola. We also learned soy and then your name. Soy Isabela. Soy Isabela. Now, you can say, I am your name using soy. You can also use soy to say where you are from. And we do that by saying, soy de. Soy de, and then the country you're from. I am from the United States, so I would say, soy de Estados Unidos. But someone from the United Kingdom would say, soy de Reino Unido. Someone from Australia would say, soy de Australia. Someone from Canada would say, soy de Canadá. This literally means I am of this country, but is just a way of saying I am from. Soy de. Soy de Estados Unidos. Good. We also learned me llamo. Me llamo. Literally means I call myself, but it's just a way to say my name is. Me llamo Isabela. This is not the only way to say my name is in Spanish. There is a more literal translation, and that is mi nombre es. Mi nombre es. When I was studying Spanish in high school in the United States, this is what we learned how to say, mi nombre es, because this is more common in Latin America. Specifically, I believe it's more common in Mexico. It's totally fine to say me llamo no matter where you are, but me llamo is pretty much the go-to in a place like Spain, whereas mi nombre es is more common in Latin America. Ultimately, people will understand you no matter which you say where you are, but it's always good to know more. Mi nombre es Isabela. Mi nombre es Isabela. Next we have ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? How do you call yourself, or what is your name? ¿Cómo te llamas? Like me llamo, there is a more literal translation for this question, which is ¿Cuál es tu nombre? ¿Cuál es tu nombre? This is a very formal way of asking someone's name. It's okay to use this no matter where you are, and if you're not sure which you can use. Spaniards are very casual and are totally fine just saying ¿Cómo te llamas? With anyone you meet, mostly anyone you meet. And Latin Americans can be a little bit more formal. So you're more likely to hear this in Latin America. Either way, both are correct. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? Good. We also have mucho gusto. We already learned this. Nice to meet you. Mucho gusto. Nice to meet you. Mucho gusto. Another way to say nice to meet you is a very simple one word. Encantado. Encantado. If you are a man, you will always say encantado. But if you are a woman like me, you always say encantada. If I meet another woman, I say encantada. If I meet a man, I say encantada. It doesn't change. It only changes based on your own gender. If you are a woman, you use encantada. If you are a man, you use encantado. Always. All right, let's do a practice. I will be black, you be red. Okay, and we are going to Do the same practice as we did in the first lesson, but we're going to use the new words and phrases that we just learned, okay? Hola. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? Mi nombre es Isabela. Encantada. Alrighty, let's see how you did. Is this what you said? If not, go ahead and rewind and practice again. If it is, great job. Let's move on. We learned how to say good morning, good evening, and good night, and there are no other ways to say those, so we can review these quickly. Buenos días. Good morning. Buenos días. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. Good evening or good night. Buenas noches. We also learned how to say, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Very simple. ¿Cómo estás? Now that we have conjugated, does this make more sense? I hope so. ¿Cómo estás? Now there's another way to greet someone and ask how they are, and that is, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal? This is a more informal way of asking someone how they are. This is how we might say what's up in English. There are a few ways to say what's up in Spanish. There's ¿qué pasa?, which is also quite common. You might have heard that before. But ¿qué tal?, particularly in Spain where I live, is used everywhere all the time. ¿Qué tal? Now, if someone says ¿qué tal?, a good way to respond is by saying bien. ¿Y tú? You might remember that before we learned to say estoy bien. And that's still correct. But if we are speaking very casually, we can just say bien. Just a good. Bien. ¿Y tú? I'm good. You? Let's practice that. Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal? Bien, gracias. Simple, no? Very good. All right, we already learned how to say goodbye. Adios. 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 Goodbye. And see you later is hasta luego. Hasta luego. Just like in English, those are pretty much the two main ways to say goodbye. There really isn't much else to say when saying goodbye to someone, so I don't really have more vocabulary to teach you there. So these are our new vocabulary words and phrases for this lesson. Let's review them. Soy de. Mi nombre es. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? Encantada. ¿Qué tal? Bien. ¿Y tú? Alrighty, felicidades. Simple lesson, no? This is what we will be doing for the next several lessons. So in the next lesson, we will review lesson 2 and add some extra vocabulary words and phrases to that as well. I will see you in the next lesson. Adios! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Lingui. This is lesson 12 of course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. First, let's review the phrases that we learned in the previous lesson, which was a review of lesson 1. Repeat after me. Soy de. Mi nombre es. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? Encantado. ¿Qué tal? Bien. ¿Y tú? All right, very good. Today, as I told you last week, is a review of lesson 2. It's much like our previous review, but this week I only have one new word for you, but it's an important word. It's a really good one to know if you plan on going to any cafes or restaurants or anything like that. So let's get into it. So this lesson was all about manners. I pretty much taught you all the words for manners already, so we can go through these rather quickly. Por favor. Por favor. This is please. Por favor. Good. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Or just gracias. Thank you. Gracias. Excellent. De nada. De nada. You're welcome. De nada. Excellent. Lo siento. Lo siento. I'm sorry. Lo siento. Disculpe. Disculpe. Excuse me. Disculpe. Perdón. Perdón. Excuse me or I'm sorry. Perdón. Con permiso. Con permiso. Pardon me or excuse me. Now, I taught you the differences between these four apologies in our previous lesson, in lesson 2. Do you remember the differences? Do you remember when to use each word appropriately? Yes, no? Well, I'm going to test it. I'm not going to remind you what the differences are because we have already learned that. And we're going to just jump right into the quiz. Prueba. So you are walking down the street and accidentally bump into a stranger. You say, Perdón. Perdón. Perdón is a good word to use when apologizing for something very small. But remember that perdón and lo siento can be interchangeable. Next, you are having a conversation with someone and want to interject. You say, Con permiso. Con permiso. Remember, literally this means with permission. You're asking their permission to interject, to add your own point to the conversation. Next, you are walking in your house and accidentally step on your dog's tail. You say, Lo siento. Lo siento. I'm sorry. Lo siento. And if you've never had the experience of accidentally stepping on your dog's tail and your dog yelps, then this example isn't for you, but it's heartbreaking and it makes you feel horrible and you just have to say, Lo siento. You are in a store and need the clerk's help to find something. To get their attention, you say, Disculpe. Disculpe. Remember, we're being polite here, so it's no hoy or ven aquí. Just a simple disculpe. Excuse me. Excuse me. Disculpe. Good. In this lesson, we also learned how to order a drink, and we learned a few drink names, starting with el café. El café, or coffee. El café. Next, we learned el agua. El agua. El agua. Now, in the previous lesson, I didn't have the el here. It is a little confusing, I won't lie to you. I've told you in the past that if there is an a at the end of the word, it's probably going to be feminine. And while that's true 98% of the time, this is one of the few occasions where it's not true. Agua is actually a masculine word. El agua. Why is it masculine? I have no idea. And I've asked Spanish speakers this question, and they also have no idea. It just is. El agua. Water. La cerveza. La cerveza. It can be a little difficult to do the double sound, so you can always say la cerveza. Both are fine. Beer. La cerveza. Good. I taught you this expression. Me pone un agua, me pone una cerveza. This means, can you bring me? But there's another way to order in Spanish. There are several ways to order in Spanish. But one of the more common ways, especially when ordering a drink, is to say tomo. This literally means I take. The infinitive, the full verb, is tomar. And you remember our conjugations? O, as, a, amos, ais, an. Tomar, the verb to take, becomes tomo. I take. Or a better translation would be I'll take. I'll take a coffee. Tomo un café. I'll take a beer. Tomo una cerveza. Make sense? Yeah? Let's practice. We are in a restaurant. You are the customer. I am the waitress. I need you to call me over and ask for something. Let's start. Sí. Sí, claro. De nada. How did you do? If I spoke a little fast, go ahead and try again. But here are the answers. Say it with me. Disculpe. ¿Sí? Tomo un agua. Tomo una cerveza. Tomo un café, por favor. Sí, claro. Gracias. De nada. For the record, claro is just a way of saying, of course. Yes, of course. Sí, claro. Okay, good. Here's our review for today. Very simple. Tomo. Tomo. Good. You will see this word pop up a lot when it comes to going out for drinks. It's always tomar algo, to get something, very, very common. So you'll see this more when we get more into ordering and food in later lessons. All right, that's it for the review of lesson 2. I hope it was useful to you. I hope that you have a better idea of all of the apologies, and I hope that a lot of this is starting to make more sense and starting to connect. In the next lesson, we will review lesson 3. You see the pattern here. We won't review every single lesson so far. Some will be combined, some will be skipped, but next week will be the review for lesson 3. Until then, hasta luego! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Lingui. This is lesson 13 of course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. In the last lesson, we only learned one new word, which is tomo. Good. This lesson is quite simple. It's a review of lesson 3. In lesson 3, we learned how to count from 1 to 100 in Spanish. Today, we will review all of the numbers between 1 and 100. And not only that, I will also teach you how to count to 1,000. But don't worry, it's not as scary as it sounds. Once you understand the patterns, it's quite simple. Ready? Let's get counting. 0 to 9 is cero, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. 10 to 19. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20 to 29. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 30 to 39. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 40 to 49. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. 50 to 59. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. 60 to 69. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. 70 to 79. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. 80 to 89. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. 90 to 100. 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Good. So now if you want to count in the hundreds, it's about adding 101. And then you would go 102, 103, 104, 105, 130, 140. Whatever you want, up to you. That's how you count in the 100s. Ciento. And that pattern continues into all the other hundreds. So we have 100 is 100. Then we have 200, 300, 400, 500. This one can be a little difficult because it's so much different from the rest. This is 500, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and then 1,000. Felicidades! That's it. You just learned how to count from 1 to 1,000 in Spanish. The patterns are really easy to follow in Spanish counting, just like they are in English counting. Once you know them, it's a piece of cake. And the more you know the numbers, the better, because you never know when you're going to need to say a number or know a number when you're interacting with Spanish speakers. It's very, very handy stuff to know. In the next lesson, we will continue our reviewing series where we will review lesson 4. I will see you there. Hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 14 of course 1. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. We won't review the previous lesson in today's lesson because, well, it's quite short. It was only 6 minutes, and there would be a lot to review. So if you want to go review the numbers from 1 to 1,000, you can just go and watch the previous lesson, and it will all be there. So let's just jump right into today's lesson. Today's lesson is a review of lesson 4. Again, please don't skip these reviews. They are really important. Repetition is the key to memorization, as I've said before. And I am also going to be adding some new vocabulary words into this lesson as well. So it is worth your time to go through all of these again. Okay? All right. So this lesson was all about the colors. The first color we learned was azul. Azul. Blue. Azul. Rojo. 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 Red. Rojo or roja, depending on the masculine or feminine word. Amarillo. 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 Yellow. Amarillo. Or amarilla, if the word is feminine. Verde. 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 Green. Verde. Marrón. 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 Brown. Marrón. Morado. 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 Purple. Morado. Or morada, if the word is feminine. Next, we have rosa and rosado. Rosa. Rosa. Rosado. Rosado. Rosa is if the word is feminine, and rosado is if the word is masculine. And both of these are pink. Then we have negro. 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 Black. Negro or negra. Blanco. Blanco. Blanco or blanca. White. Gris. 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 Gray. Gris. Naranja. 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 Orange. Naranja. Remember, naranja doesn't change whether the word is masculine or feminine. It just stays the same. It's always naranja. Good. So let's practice the colors again. I'm not adding any new colors into this lesson. They're not super important, not yet. So just go ahead and say all of the colors based on the color strip, and we'll see how you did. Did you get them all right? Azul, rojo, amarillo, verde, marrón, morado, rosa, rosado, negro, blanco, gris, naranja. Alrighty. In the last lesson, we paired these words with some nouns. We still have those nouns like la mesa, la mesa, la mesa, table, la mesa. But we're going to add in some new nouns to this lesson. So first we have la mochila, la mochila, la mochila. This is the word for backpack, la mochila. La silla, la silla, la silla. This is the word for chair, la silla. Our next new word, la cama, la cama, la cama. This is the word for bed, la cama. La bolsa, la bolsa, la bolsa. This is the word for bag, la bolsa. Our next new word is el sofá. El sofá. El sofá. Do you remember how agua was a masculine word even though it ended with an A? Sofá is the same, and it's not pronounced the same as in English. In English, we put the stress on the O and we say sofa. But in Spanish, the stress goes on the A, and we know that because of the accent right here. So it becomes el sofá. El sofá. Very good. Next we have el libro. El libro. El libro. Book. El libro. Our next new word is el papel. El papel. El papel. This is the word for paper. El papel. Next we have el espejo. El espejo. El espejo. This is the word for mirror. El espejo. Then we have la puerta. La puerta. La puerta. This is the word for door. La puerta. El bolígrafo. El bolígrafo. El bolígrafo. This is the word for pen. And remember, our word for A is un or una. Alrighty, let's do a practice. This is just like the practice in the previous lesson, but I've changed the words to match our new vocabulary words. So go ahead and match masculine and feminine words with the colors. Pause the video and then we'll see how you did. Okay, let's take a look at the results. Is this what you got? If not, go ahead and try again, but say it with me. El papel rojo. El papel rojo. What is the English translation of this? The red paper. The red paper. Remember, in Spanish, your adjective is always going to go after your noun. The red paper. El papel rojo. La mochila negra. La mochila negra. La mochila negra. What is the English translation of this? The black backpack. The black backpack. La mochila negra. Un bolígrafo rosado. Un bolígrafo rosado. Un bolígrafo rosado. And what is the English translation? A pink pen. A pink pen. Remember, the L's and las are another way of saying the, and un and una are ways of saying a. Let's look at the next one. Una puerta amarilla. Una puerta amarilla. Una puerta amarilla. What does this mean? A yellow door. Next we have el sofá azul. El sofá azul. El sofá azul. What does this mean? The blue sofa. Last but not least, la cama verde. La cama verde. La cama verde. Great job. This means the green bed. The green bed. Very good. Okay, let's review our 5 new vocabulary words. La mochila. La cama. El sofá. el papel, la puerta. Felicidades! Great job! Another day, another lesson in the books. Next lesson will be yet another review, but again, don't skip it. There will be some new words in there that you need to know. Until next time, hasta luego! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 15 of course 1. I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Last week we learned 5 simple new vocabulary words. Repeat after me. La mochila, la cama, el sofá, el papel, la puerta. Very good. Today's lesson is yet another review. We will be reviewing lesson 5, which was all about food, and I have added more vocabulary to this lesson, so please make sure you're not skipping it. It is important to get all the vocabulary in all of these lessons. Are you ready? Let's get into it. This lesson, like I said, was all about food. La comida. La comida. La comida. El pan. El pan. El pan. Bread. El pan. El arroz. El arroz. El arroz. Rice. El arroz. El huevo. El huevo. El huevo. Egg. El huevo. La carne. La carne. La carne. Meat. La carne. El cerdo. El cerdo. Pork. El cerdo. El pollo. El pollo. Chicken. El pollo. La carne de vaca o la carne de res. La carne de vaca. La carne de res. Beef. El pescado. El pescado. Fish. El pescado. Las verduras. Las verduras. Vegetables. Las verduras. La lechuga. La lechuga. Lettuce. La lechuga. La cebolla. La cebolla. Onion. La cebolla. El ajo. El ajo. Garlic. El ajo. El pimiento. El pimiento. Pepper. El pimiento. La zanahoria. La zanahoria. Carrot. La zanahoria. El tomate. El tomate. El tomate. Tomato. Las frutas. Las frutas. Fruit. Las frutas. La manzana. La manzana. Apple. La manzana. El plátano. El plátano. Banana. El plátano. La piña. La piña. Pineapple. La piña. La fresa. La fresa. Strawberry. La fresa. La uva. La uva. Grape. La uva. La bebida. La bebida. Drink. La bebida. La leche. La leche. Milk. La leche. El té. El té. Tea. El té. Azúcar. Azúcar. Sugar. Azúcar. Miel. Miel. Honey. Miel. Los cubiertos. This is our new vocabulary. Los cubiertos. This is the word for cutlery. Los cubiertos. First we have el tenedor. El tenedor. El tenedor. Fork. El tenedor. El cuchillo. El cuchillo. El cuchillo. Knife. El cuchillo. La cuchara. La cuchara. La cuchara. Spoon. La cuchara. El plato. El plato. El plato. Plate or dish. El plato. This is used in the same way in English. When you use the word dish, it can mean an actual plate or it can mean a meal. Like, what dish are you having tonight? What dish are you serving? It works the same way in Spanish. They'll use the word plato. El bol. El bol. El bol. Bowl. El bol. Quiero. 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 I want. Quiero. Does this make more sense now that we've learned conjugations? It should. Quiero. Now we have a new verb. Necesitar. Necesitar. To need. How do you think this would be conjugated? This is not an irregular verb. It is regular. So it will follow the o, as, a, amos, ais, an. So if we want to say I need, it would be necesito. If it would be you need, you say necesitas. Follow me? If you wrote the conjugation charts like I suggested, this would be very easy. It's a regular verb, o, as, a, amos, ais, an. Very easy to conjugate in the present tense. And lastly, we have con, a word we already learned. With. Con. All right. Let's do some practice. This is the same practice as last time, but I did add our necesito right here. And add a dish. Necesito, una, whatever. Go ahead and pause the video and fill in the blanks and try different combinations. How did you do? This is what I chose. Quiero arroz con huevo y cebolla. Quiero fresas y té con azúcar. Necesito una cuchara. Necesito un cuchillo. Necesito un tenedor. Necesito un plato. ¿Tiene sentido? Makes sense? ¿Entiendes? Do you understand? Should do. It's very easy. All right, let's learn our new words. Sorry, not learn, review. All right, let's review our new words. Repeat after me. Los cubiertos. El tenedor. El cuchillo. La cuchara. El plato. El bol. Necesitar. Muy bien, very good. That's it for this lesson. We only have about 2 more review lessons before we will get back into normal, regular learning. I will see you in the next lesson. Adios! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. This is lesson 16 of course 1. And congratulations, you've made it 3/4 of the way through this entire course. That's amazing. Keep pushing, you're almost finished. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Let's begin by reviewing the handful of vocabulary words that we learned in the last lesson. Repeat after me. Los cubiertos. El tenedor. El cuchillo. La cuchara. El plato. El bol. Necesitar. Very good. All right, today's lesson is a review of lessons 7 and 8, and we will be building on those lessons as well. But because they were very similar, because they were related, and lesson 8 was a bit shorter, I felt that it made sense to combine them for one review. And this lesson and our next lesson will be our final reviews for this entire course. Our last 3 lessons will be back to regular stuff where you learn new things. So if you've been frustrated with these reviews, I understand, but you'll be getting back to regular content very soon. All right, let's review the vocabulary from lesson 7. Repeat after me. Los animales. Los animales. El gato. El gato. El perro. El perro. El pájaro. El pájaro. El elefante. El elefante. El león. El león. El oso. El oso. El caballo. El caballo. El tigre. El tigre. El toro. El toro. La tortuga. La tortuga. El cerdo. El cerdo. La vaca. La vaca. La oveja. La oveja. El pato. El pato. Correr. Correr. Caminar. Caminar. Saltar. Saltar. Rápido. Rápido. Despacio. Despacio. Good. And I'm going to add one more word to this list. Alto. Alto. Alto is high, like to jump high, or in another context, it can also mean tall, like he is tall. But for today, only think of it as meaning hi. All right, let's do a practice. In lesson 7, I conjugated the verbs for you and had you fill in the animal and the adverb. And I feel that was very easy. And now that you have learned how to conjugate, I'd like you to do this on your own. This should still be quite easy. Between the 3 verbs that we just listed, saltar, correr, and caminar, choose one for each and an appropriate adverb to go with it. Okay? I'll give you 10 seconds. Sorry if you can hear the dog barking. Let's check how you did. El caballo corre rápido. El cerdo camina despacio. El tigre salta alto. Did your responses look something like this? It doesn't have to be exactly the same. If you put el caballo salta alto, that would have been fine. If you put el cerdo corre rápido, probably not the most correct, but still as a sentence works just fine. Again, this should be quite easy for you at this stage. So let's move into the review from lesson 8, which was all about verbs and conjugation. We learned verbs and conjugation through the guise of exercise, and the word for exercise is ejercicio. Ejercicio. To do exercise is hacer ejercicio. Hacer ejercicio. Nadar. Nadar. Bailar. Bailar. Montar en bicicleta. Montar en bicicleta. Jugar. Jugar. Sudar. Sudar. Me gusta or no me gusta. Today I'm adding something. If you notice this N here, we add this when we use something in the plural. So if you want to say, I don't like horses, you would say, no me gustan los caballos, right? If it's singular, it's me gusta. If it's plural, it's me gustan, or no me gustan, or no me gusta. But gusta, singular, gustan, plural. And it works just the same for me encanta. Me encanta. Me encantan is plural, and me encanta is singular. Quite simple. Let's do a quick practice. So we have gustan, gusta, encantan. Fill in the missing words with either an animal or a verb. How did you do? This is what I put. Me gustan los elefantes. You have to have the los here. It doesn't make sense to say me gustan elefantes. You have to say the elephants. Me gustan los elefantes. No me gusta sudar. I don't like to sweat. No me gusta sudar. Me encantan los gatos. Me encantan los gatos. Again, you have to have the los. That's very important. Me encantan los gatos. Good. So we did quite a lot of conjugating in this lesson, if you remember. We started with AR verbs. Repeat after me. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. O, as, a, amos, ais, an. Are you sick of hearing it? I bet you are, because I'm sick of saying it. Let's do the same for ER and IR verbs. O, es, e, hemos, eis, en. O, es, e, Hemos, éis, en. At this point, I feel you should be fairly confident with conjugating verbs in the present tense. I understand if you are still working on the irregular verbs, but regular verbs should be quite simple at this point. It's not rocket science. So let's do some review with verbs. I have not filled out all of the conjugations. I would like you to please pause the video and fill in the missing conjugations. You can either write these, but I encourage you to try and say them. If you can say them, you know how to write them down. Okay? Go ahead and pause. How did you do? Let's check. Repeat after me. Yo camino. Tú caminas. Él camina. Nosotros caminamos. Vosotros camináis. And ellos caminan. Is that what you got? I hope so, because this is a regular verb. These are as easy as it gets. If you struggled with it, it's okay. Don't worry. Go ahead and back up the video and try again. If you got it though, let's move on. Same thing here. Go ahead and pause the video and fill in the missing words. Try and say them. How did you do? Let's take a look. We have yo salto. Tú saltas. Él salta. Nosotros saltamos. Vosotros saltáis. Y ellos saltan. Is this what you got? Alrighty, let's go to the next one. Nadar. Go ahead and pause the video and fill in the missing words. How did you do? Repeat after me. Yo nado. Tú nadas. Ella nada. Nosotros nadamos. Vosotros nadáis. Ellos nadan. Good. Let's do another. Jugar. This one's a little more difficult because it's irregular. So do your best. Let's see how you did. Yo juego. Tú juegas. Él juega. Nosotros jugamos. Vosotros jugáis. Ellas juegan. Remember, with this word, nosotros and vosotros are not irregular. These two conjugate normally, but it's the other four that become irregular. Irregulars can be difficult to learn, so if they are difficult for you, don't worry. It just takes time, practice, and repetition. You'll get it. Don't worry. Let's do correr. Go ahead and pause the video. How did you do? Let's say them. Yo corro. Tú corres. Él corre. Nosotros corremos. Vosotros corréis. Ellos corren. Is that what you got? Hopefully. It is a regular verb. All right. Last one. This is irregular. And if you have a difficult time with this one, if you get it wrong, again, don't worry. These take time and practice to get right. Go ahead and pause the video and give it a try. How did you do? Let's take a look. Yo hago. Tú haces. Ella hace. Nosotros hacemos. Vosotros hacéis. Y ellos hacen. Hacer is only irregular in the yo form. Only irregular in the yo form. It is completely regular, completely normal in all of the other forms. If you can remember that hacer is only irregular in the yo, it will become much easier to learn. Okay, let's review our one word today. Alto. Very good. Felicidades! You did it! Another day, another lesson in the books. We've only got 4 more after this. Isn't that insane? So, I will see you in the next lesson, which will be our last review for this entire course, and our last 3 will be new material. Okay? Until next time, hasta luego! Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Lingui. This is lesson 17 of course 1. I'm your teacher Isabella, and let's get started. Let's start by reviewing all this vocabulary from the last lesson. It's a lot, so let's take the time to say it all right, okay? Repeat after me. Alto. I'm sorry that took so much time. It was completely unnecessary. Let's jump into this lesson. Today is our last of the reviews. We are reviewing lessons 9 and 10, and we're going to be doing a lot of what we did in the last lesson with practicing conjugations. That's the most important thing. Getting used to conjugating is one of the most basic building blocks of Spanish. And I personally believe that not enough of the beginner Spanish courses out there teach conjugation early enough. It's incredibly important. So today we will be reviewing the 14 important verbs that we learned in this course. Okay? All right. Ser. Ser. Estar. Estar. Tener. Tener. Ir. Ir. Poder. Poder. Hablar. Hablar. Ver. Ver. All right, let's go ahead and try and conjugate these verbs. Let's review this again. I know you hate it. I hate it too, but it's really important and we got to do it. Repeat after me. O as a, amos ais an. O as a, amos ais an. All right, let's review our AR verbs. Estar. Estar is irregular, so go ahead and pause the video and do your best to try and fill out the missing conjugations correctly. How'd you do? Let's see. Is this what you got? Repeat after me. Yo estoy. Tú estás. Ella está. Nosotros estamos. Vosotros estáis. Y ellos están. Good. Estar is one of those verbs that is only irregular in the yo form. All of the others are completely normal. Let's try hablar. Hablar is regular. This should be a piece of cake. How'd you do? Repeat after me. Yo hablo. Tú hablas. Él habla. Nosotros hablamos. Vosotros habláis. Ellos hablan. Fácil, ¿no? Easy, no? Let's move on. ER, IR verbs. I know you don't want to do it, but we gotta. O S E hemos eis en. O S E hemos eis en. All right, let's try and conjugate ser. Ser is irregular, and this one can be a little bit difficult, but do your best. Also, just like with the previous lesson, try and say these. Writing them down is great, but if you know how to say them, you know how to write them. So speaking is more important. How'd you do? Let's check. Repeat after me. Yo soy. Tú eres. Él es. Nosotros somos. Vosotros sois. Ellos son. Let's try tener. How'd you do? Repeat after me. Yo tengo. Tú tienes. Él tiene. Nosotros tenemos. Vosotros tenéis. Ellos tienen. Tener is one of those verbs that is irregular in 4 of the 5 forms. In nosotros and vosotros, it's completely normal. But in yo, tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, y ustedes, it is completely irregular. And the yo form looks different from the others as well. So this one can be one of the hardest to learn at the beginning, but it's also one of the most important to know because you use the verb to have all the time. So try and take special attention to this one. Let's move on. How'd you do? This one is very irregular, but of the irregular ones is probably one of the easier ones to learn. Repeat after me. Yo voy. Tú vas. Él va. Nosotros vamos. Vosotros vais. Ellos van. Good. Next, poder. Go ahead and try and fill in the missing ones. How did you do? Repeat after me. Yo puedo. Tú puedes. Él puede. Nosotros podemos. Vosotros podéis. Ellas pueden. Good. Last one for this section. How'd you do? Repeat after me. Yo veo. Tú ves. Ella ve. Nosotros vemos. Vosotros veis. Ellas ven. Good. All right, let's review the verbs from lesson 10. Saber. Saber. Conocer. Conocer. Poner. Poner. Decir. Decir. Querer. Querer. Dar. Dar. Comer. Comer. All right, let's go ahead and conjugate these ones. I won't make you do the o, asa, hemos, and all that stuff again. So go ahead and fill in the missing conjugations here. How'd you do? Dar, again, is one of the ones that is only irregular in the yo form. So it's yo doy. Tú das. Él da. Nosotros damos. Vosotros dais. Ellos dan. Good. Next one. Saber. How'd you do? Yo sé. Tú sabes. Ella sabe. Nosotros sabemos. Vosotros sabéis. Ellos saben. Looks just like dar, right? It's only irregular in the yo form. Conocer. Give this one a try. How'd you do? Yo conozco. Tú conoces. Él conoce. Nosotros conocemos. Vosotros conocéis. Ellas conocen. Good. Next one. Poner. How'd you do? Repeat after me. Yo pongo. Tú pones. Él pone. Nosotros ponemos. Vosotros ponéis. Ellas ponen. Good. Next is decir. How did you do? Decir conjugates to yo digo. Tú dices. Él dice. Nosotros decemos. Vosotros decéis. Y ellos dicen. If you're wondering if there's any sort of pattern as to why some verbs are like this, only irregular in the yo form, and others are irregular in these four, unfortunately, there isn't much of a pattern. A lot of this just comes down to memorization and getting used to saying these words in a specific way. Eventually, it will feel completely natural to say digo, and the idea of saying dezo or decio just doesn't make any sense. You will naturally say digo. You'll just know. Next one is querer. How was this one for you? Yo quiero. Tú quieres. Él quiere. Nosotros queremos. Vosotros queréis. Ellos quieren. Very good. Comer. A regular one, finally. How did you do? Yo como. Tú comes. Él come. Nosotros comemos. Vosotros coméis. Ellas comen. Felicidades, that's it. Good practicing today. It's so important to practice these conjugations because there are many, many, many more to come. Not only many more verbs, but also many more ways to conjugate. So the sooner you master conjugation in the present tense, the better. But don't worry, for this course and the next course, we are only touching on present tense. So keep practicing and eventually it will feel completely normal. In our next lesson, we will learn some new material. Hooray! Until then, hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Lingui. This is lesson 18 of course 1, and you're very near the end, so good job for making it this far. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. Today we have nothing to review because last week we only reviewed verbs that you already knew, and that's it. So, because we've done so many verbs recently, I figured you are probably sick of them and you want to do something else. And that's what we're going to do today. Absolutely no verbs, just some good old-fashioned vocabulary. And this stuff is quite easy because today we're going to be learning about dates or fechas. Let's start with la semana, the week. La semana. Lunes. 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 Monday. Lunes. Martes. 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 Tuesday. Martes. Miércoles. 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 Wednesday. Miércoles. Jueves. 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 Thursday. Jueves. Viernes. 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 Friday. Viernes. Sábado. 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 Saturday. Sábado. Domingo. 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 Sunday. Domingo. Good job. Let's move on to el mes, month, or los meses, the months of the year. Enero. 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 January. Enero. Febrero. 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 February. Febrero. Marzo. 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 March. Marzo. Abril. 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 April. Abril. Mayo. 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 May. Mayo. Junio. 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 June. Junio. Julio. 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 July. Julio. Augusto. 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 August. Augusto. Septiembre. 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 September. Septiembre. Octubre. 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 October. Octubre. Noviembre. noviembre, noviembre, November, noviembre, diciembre, 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 December, diciembre. Very good. And one last word, el año, el año, el año, year, el año. Just for the record, because I have seen English speakers make this mistake before, if you want to write this word, you must include the tilde at the top. You absolutely must. This word without the tilde means something completely different. I will not say what it means here, but you can find what it means very easily on the internet. So make sure you are always using the tilde when you want to use the word year. It's año, el año. Just a little pro tip for you to keep you out of trouble. Okay. Practica. Let's do a practice. I would like you to please fill in the missing days of the week. Try not to look back. Try and do it from memory as best you can. How did you do? Did you get all of them? Repeat after me. Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo. Good. Let's continue and do the months. Fill in the missing months. Try not to look back. How did you do? Is this what you have? Repeat after me. Enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre. Very good. All right, that's it. Super easy lesson, no? Let's review all the words all together one more time. Repeat after me. Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo, enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre. El año, la semana, el mes. Fantastic. Great job. Muy bien. Felicidades. Another day, another lesson. Hopefully a very easy one for you. In our next lesson, we will learn how to tell time in Spanish. It can be a little confusing at first, but it's quite easy to wrap your head around once you've practiced it a bit. But we'll get into all of that in the next lesson. Until then, hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae. You are so close to the finish line. This is lesson 19 of course 1. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. As always, let's begin by reviewing the vocabulary from the previous lesson. Our previous lesson's vocabulary was quite simple, so go ahead and repeat after me. Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, domingo, enero, febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre, el año, la semana, el mes. Muy bien. So today is all about time. We're going to learn how to tell time. Our most important question for this lesson is, ¿qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? Means, what time is it? Actually, literally, it means, what hour is it? But obviously, we don't say that in English. ¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? ¿Sabes? ¿Sabes la hora? Do you know the time? ¿Qué hora es? What time is it? Let's learn how to say the times in English. Not English. What have we been doing this whole time? Spanish. My goodness. Bring your brain to class, Isabella. Es la una. Es la una. This means it's 1 o'clock. Es la una. Son las dos. Son las dos. It's 2 o'clock. Son las dos. Now, before we move on, why is this different from this? Why is this es la and this is son las? Do you know? Can you infer from what we've already learned? This is different because it's singular. Una is one. So we can't have son las una because that wouldn't make any sense. These are the singular words that match una. But after es la una, we always have to use son las. Because after one is two, and everything after that is plural. Two and up is plural, so it becomes son las. Son las dos. It's 2 o'clock. Son las dos. Son las tres. Son las tres. It's 3 o'clock. Son las tres. Do you see the pattern? Son las cuatro. Son las cuatro. It's 4 o'clock. Son las cuatro. Son las cinco. Son las cinco. It's 5 o'clock. Son las cinco. Son las seis. Son las seis. It's 6 o'clock. Son las seis. All right. I don't think I need to do the same thing with the rest of the numbers. You get it. So let's begin discussing how to say specific times. If it's not the top of the hour, how do we say it? Let's start with quarter hours. Son las 7:15. Not cuatro, 4, it's cuarto. Cuarto means quarter. Son las 7:15. This means it's 7:15. Literally, it means it is 7:15. Son las 7:15. It's 7:15. What about half past? That looks like son las 8:30. Son las 8:30. It's 8:30. Son las 8:30. Literally, this means it is 8:30 because media means half. Son las 8:30. It's 8:30. Now, after half past is where time in Spanish differs from time in English. Where we always look forward to the top of the hour, In Spanish, after past, they do the opposite. They go to the top of the hour and look back. Sounds confusing, but it's not that bad, I promise. Let's take a look at 1:45. Son las 9 menos cuarto. Son las 9 menos cuarto. Means it's 8:45, or it's 8:45. Son las 9 menos cuarto. Literally, this means it is 9 minus a quarter. It is 9 minus a quarter. Whereas here we are adding, here we are subtracting. After past, we always start to subtract the numbers. So this doesn't only apply to 1:45, it also applies to 22. If it were 8:40, 20 minutes to 9, in Spanish it would be son las 9 menos 20. Literally, it is 9 minus 20. A little confusing, I know. Don't worry. After we've done this whole lesson, feel free to go back and watch it again. At first, it can be a little difficult to wrap your head around, but after some practice, it does get easier. Let's practice a little bit more. Son las 10:20. It's 10:20, or it's 20 past 10. Son las 10:20. We're adding here, which is why we have the E, the and. Son las 10:20. Son las 11 menos 5. Son las 11 menos 5. It's 10:55, or 5 to 11. Son las 11 menos 5. All right, let's do some practice. I know this is a little bit difficult. I'm going to show you a series of clocks, and I want you to tell me ¿qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? What time is it? ¿Qué hora es? Son las 3. Son las 3. And this one? ¿Qué hora es? ¿Qué hora es? Son las 7:15. Son las 7:15. And this one? ¿Qué hora es? Es la 1:30. Es la 1:30. It's 1:30. Es la 1:30. Now remember, after this point, after past, we start to subtract. This half of the clock, subtract. This half of the clock, add. ¿Qué hora es? Son las 5 menos cuarto. Son las 5 menos cuarto. Remember, we subtract. It's almost 5 o'clock. It's 4:45. So, 5 o'clock minus a quarter. Son las 5 menos cuarto. Muy bien. No resumen today. I'm just going to say felicidades. This is going to be it for lesson 19 of 20. The next lesson is our final one for this first course. Great job. Again, if this was a little bit confusing for you, don't worry about it. It took me a good month to wrap my head around it. Maybe that's because I'm horrible at math. And if you are too, you might be in the same boat as me. I understand. It's okay. After some practice, it gets easier, I promise. And if you understand it, no problem. Good for you. Move on to the next lesson, finish the course, have a little hoorah. Oh, I'm so not cool. Okay, I'm going to go. See you in the last lesson. Hasta luego. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners with Linguae, and welcome to your last lesson. Hooray! You did it. I'm so proud of all of you. You've done an incredible job. You've learned so much over these 20 lessons, 4 hours. It's really, really, really wonderful. I'm so happy you've stayed this whole time. There will be more Spanish for Beginners classes after this, So make sure you keep an eye out for those. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started on our last lesson. Today, I'm going to be teaching you something I promised I would teach you, the difference of ser versus estar. This is very easy and very difficult. It's something that will haunt you throughout your entire Spanish journey, and I'm sorry I have to be the one to introduce it to you, but it's incredibly important and also incredibly useful. You already have a bit of an idea of what the differences are based on what we've learned previously. But the differences can sometimes get a little convoluted. Don't worry, today we're not going to get into what makes the differences convoluted. We're just going to go with the basic differences so you can have a good base, and in future courses we will build on the differences of ser versus estar. So both of these words mean to be, but they're used in completely different scenarios. So ser is used when talking about time, dates, days, origins, religion, politics, material, relationships, physical characteristics, and who people are. Basically, ser is used for things that don't really change, things that are going to stay the same, things that are absolute. I know time is not absolute, but like I said, sometimes these rules get a little bit convoluted. But things like your religion, where you are from, what you look like, those are things that are considered to be more permanent. So when you are discussing them, you use the word ser. Let's look at some examples of all of these. So in the previous lesson, we learned about time. This should look very familiar. Es la una, it's 1 o'clock. Son las dos, it's 2 o'clock. Son las tres, it's 3 o'clock, and so on and so forth. This is one example of using ser. There's also dates. We learned this 2 lessons ago. Es el 10 de octubre. Significa means it's October 10th. Es el 7 de junio. It's the 7th of June, or it's June 7th. Es el 21 de abril. It's April 21st. For days, we're always going to use the es, because for that whole day, it won't change. The day is the day. Es lunes. It's Monday. Es jueves. It's Thursday. Es domingo. It's Sunday. Then there's origin. We've seen this before in one of our reviews, where we say, soy de. I'm from. Soy de Estados Unidos. Soy de Canadá. Soy de el Reino Unido. Soy de Australia. Soy de España. Soy de México. Wherever you're from, it's always going to be soy de. If you want to ask somebody where they're from, you say, ¿de dónde eres? Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres? If you say, ¿de dónde es? ¿De dónde es? That is, where is he or she from? Ella es de, she is from, or él es de, he is from. Somos de, we are from. You should remember how to conjugate ser, so all of these should make perfect sense. Where you are from is always going to use ser. Religion. Él es judío. Él es judío. He is Jewish. Something that won't change, something that is concrete. Él es judío. He is Jewish. Eres cristiano. You are Christian. Eres cristiano. Soy musulmana. Soy musulmana. I am Muslim. Soy musulmana. Ella es atea. Ella es atea. She is atheist. Ella es atea. Always remember that when it comes to these sorts of words, you need to match the ending to the gender. So if we say eres cristiano, the O indicates that the person we're talking to is a man. Él, he, es judío. But if it were ella, it would change to ella es judía. Same down here. Ella es atea. If this said él, it would be Él es ateo. Remember that. It's very important. Little side grammar lesson there. You're welcome. Politics, something no one ever wants to talk about. But if you are talking about it, use ser. Es un país democrático. It's a democratic country. Es. Got to use ser here. El presidente es republicano. The president is Republican. El presidente es republicano. All right? Let's move away from politics. Absolutely no one wants to discuss this. Material things. Whenever you're discussing what material something is made out of, you're also going to use ser. I know this is vocabulary that we didn't touch on, so don't worry about learning this. We'll touch on it later in other beginner courses, but again, this is to give you a base of with ser and estar. So, la camisa es de algodón, means the shirt is cotton. The shirt is made from cotton. Literally, this means the shirt is of cotton, but the shirt is cotton. The shirt is made of cotton. Whatever tickles your fancy. Relationships, not just romantic ones. Mostly we use this for, romantic ones, but also familiar relationships. So, ella es mi madre. She is my mother. Ella es mi madre. Él es el amigo de mi hermano. He is my brother's friend, or he is the friend of my brother. Both are correct. Él es el amigo de mi hermano. Got to use the S for relationships. Ser. Super important. Moving on. Physical characteristics. Things about you that don't really change. Ella es alta. Remember we saw this for high also means tall. She is tall. Somos cortos. We are short. Soy rubia. I'm blonde. These are things that won't change about us. Well, they can, but they are more concrete. They're not flitting around so much. Soy rubia. Somos cortos. Ella es alta. She is tall. We are short. I'm blonde. Physical characteristics always use ser. Now, who people are, your personality, is always going to use ser. So if I say soy tímida, that means I'm shy. That's something that's not likely to change about me. It's more concrete. It's more absolute. Soy tímida. El chico es extrovertido. The boy is outgoing. Who you are, what makes you who you are, is always going to use ser. Now let's look at estar. Estar doesn't have as many specific rules as ser. So in learning these, whenever you are confused, your best bet is to use ser. But remember, you do need to learn these differences because they are very important. So estar is used to give location, to talk about the condition of something, emotions, temperatures, things that can change very quickly. And it's also used in the progressive tense. I know I said we would only do present tense in this course, but progressive tense is ridiculously easy and we're only going to look at it for 3 minutes, so I'm not that much of a liar. Thank you very much. Moving on. For location, Barcelona está en España. Barcelona is in Spain. Location. You might think, well, that's not going to change, so shouldn't it be ser? No. And again, the rules kind of get a little convoluted, but if you know that estar is always used with location, it doesn't really matter what the rules technically say. Barcelona está en España. Barcelona is in Spain. Estoy en la tienda. I am at the store. Estoy en la tienda. Mi madre está en casa. My mother is at home. Mi madre está en casa. Location is always estar. Moving on to conditions. Estoy feliz. I'm happy. I feel happy right now. Ella está triste. She's sad. Ella está triste. It's not going to last, but right now she's sad. Ella está triste. So it's not only for emotions, it's also for, could be temperature. So we can say, La comida está fría. The food is cold. It doesn't have to stay that way. You can throw it in the microwave or throw it on the stove. But right now, la comida está fría. The food is cold. Progressive tenses. Very easy. To make something progressive is to add, in English would be adding the ing to a word. In Spanish, all you do is add ando if it is an AR verb, or yendo if it is an IR or ER verb. So, estoy caminando. I am walking. Ellos están saltando. They are jumping. Mi padre está corriendo. My father is running. Let's practice. First, we're just doing these in English. So, when you are talking about condition, you use which one? When you are talking about physical characteristics, you use? When you are talking about dates, you use? And finally, when you are talking about location, you use? Did you get them right? Talking about condition is estar. Physical characteristics is ser. Dates, ser. And location, estar. Good. Now, a slightly more difficult practice. I would like you to pause the video, look at these sentences, and fill out the correct form of ser and estar. It's not enough to just write ser and estar in infinitives. You must also conjugate them. Conjugations here are very easy. I didn't do anything too crazy, so go ahead. How did you do? Let's check it out. ¿De dónde eres? Or ¿de dónde es? Either one. Mi padre está corriendo. My father is running. Mi padre está corriendo. Barcelona está en España. Barcelona está en España. Barcelona is in Spain. Es el 7 de junio. Es el 7 de junio. It's June 7th. Son las 2. Son las 2. It's 2 o'clock. Ella está triste. She is sad. Ella está triste. Felicidades, everyone. You did it. You made it through 4 hours of a Spanish course. That is incredible. I'm so proud of each and every one of you. If you feel like this wasn't enough, you have so many more questions, I totally understand. One beginner Spanish course is not enough. You don't speak the language now. You have so much more to learn, which is why we're making 3 more Spanish for beginner courses. So if they are already available, go ahead and buy them if you can. If you can't, or if they're not available yet, it doesn't mean you can't still go back and watch this course again. You can also study materials online, start watching videos, films in Spanish. You can listen to Spanish music. There's so much you can do. But for right now, I just want to thank you. Muchísimas gracias for your patience, for your attention. And I hope I have piqued your interest enough to continue to learn Spanish in the future. Gracias y adiós. Hola, bienvenidos. Welcome back to Spanish for Beginners. This is lesson 21 of course 1. As always, I'm your teacher, Isabella, and let's get started. In the previous lesson, we learned the difference between ser and estar, and I want to essentially review that lesson again because this is such an important thing to learn when you are starting off with Spanish. This is unlike anything that we have in English. We don't separate the two B's, so the more you practice this, the better. Let's review the differences. Ser talks about things that are more permanent, more concrete, things like time, dates, days, origins, religion, politics, materials, relationships, physical characteristics, and who people are. Let's dive into the specifics of these examples. Time is obviously something that changes, but we don't use estar for it ever. It's only ser. So if you want to say it's 1 o'clock, es la una, It's 2 o'clock, son las 2, son las 3, son las 12, son las 9, son las 8. Whatever you like. It's always ser. Dates. So, es el 17 de diciembre. It's December 27th. Es el 7 de julio. It's July 7th. Es el 6 de marzo. It's March 6th. Dates always use ser. Days as well. So, es martes, es sábado, es viernes, es lunes, es miércoles, whatever. The days, you're always going to use ser. Origin. So where you're from, where something is from, where someone else is from, always is going to use ser as well. So, soy de means I'm from. Soy de Estados Unidos. Soy de España. Soy de Inglaterra. Soy de Tailandia. Wherever. To ask where someone else is from, you can say, ¿de dónde eres? Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres? To ask where he or she is from is ¿de dónde es? And to explain that, you would say, ella es de, she is from, or él es de, he is from. Somos de is we are from. If you remember how to conjugate ser, this is a very good example of different ways to use it for one type of question, one type of answer. On to religion. So, religion is something that in your life probably doesn't change, is very concrete. So, saying, ella es judía, she is Jewish, eres cristiana, you are Christian, soy hindú, I'm Hindu, él es ateo, he is atheist. Obviously, there are more religions, but these are just a few examples. Always remember gender as well. So if I say, eres cristiana, what is the gender of this person? This person is a female. Cristiana is feminine. So we're indicating that this person is female. Él es ateo. Ateo is masculine. Judía, this is feminine. Do you see where I'm going? Politics. This is also something that is rather concrete in people's lives. Your political beliefs tend to be unchanging. So, es un país democrático. It's a democratic country. El presidente es republicano. The president is Republican. Things that don't really change, things that are concrete, things that are characteristics of a person or a place. Materials. So, if your shirt is made of cotton, la camisa es de algodón. Materials. Again, I guess a good way to describe ser is that ser describes characteristics of things, how things are in an unchanging way. Relationships, like familial relationships, romantic relationships, friendships, they all fall under this category. So, ella es mi tía. She is my aunt. Él es el amigo de mi primo. He is my cousin's friend. Now, I know you don't know the words for family members yet, but don't worry, that is coming up in one of our future lessons. Physical characteristics, how somebody looks. Él es alto. He is tall. Somos cortos. We are short. Soy rubia. I'm blonde. Now, if you're asking yourself, what is the gender when you're talking about we, multiple people? So if you have all females, then this would be cortas. But if you have all males, it's cortos. If it's a mix of male and female, it's still cortos. Even if it's 10 females and 1 male, that male there would change this to cortos. So saying somos cortos doesn't indicate specifically what the gender of those people are unless it's cortas. If we say cortas, then we know for sure it's all female. But if it's cortos, we don't know for sure if it's all male or if it's a mix of male and female. Just something to keep in mind as you build your Spanish knowledge. Who people are. So what you're like, what your personality is like. Soy tímida. I'm shy. I'm a shy person. El chico es extrovertido. The boy is outgoing. Personality is always going to use ser. Now let's talk about estar. Estar denotes location, condition, so emotions, temperature, that sort of thing, and is also used when using the progressive tense. Progressive tense is very easy, so I'll show you. Location. Barcelona está en España. Barcelona is in Spain. This is something that is unchanging, but because estar is always used for location, this is one of the few exceptions where it's okay. Estoy en la tienda. I am at the store. Estoy en la tienda. Mi madre está en casa. My mother is at home. Mi madre está en casa. Because your location, my location at the store, my mother's location at home, because these things can change very easily, that's why we use estar for these. But it wouldn't make sense for estar to only apply to these sorts of locations and not this sort of location. So estar is just a blanket for location, where something is, even if it doesn't change. Conditions. Estoy feliz. I am happy. Ella está triste. She is sad. La comida está fría. The food is cold. These are all things that can change very quickly. These are your moods. These are, the temperature outside, that sort of thing. Progressive tenses. Progressive tenses are very easy. For an AR verb, you're going to switch the ending to ando. And for an ER and IR verb, you'll switch it to yendo. So progressive tense is like I am going. She is walking. They are jumping. That sort of thing. This is exactly what that is. Estoy caminando. I am walking. Ellos están saltando. They are jumping. Mi padre está corriendo. My father is running. All right, let's do a little bit of a practice. I want you to read these and tell me if they are used for ser or estar. When talking about condition, you use. When talking about physical characteristics, you use. When talking about dates, you use. When talking about location, you use. Did you get them all right? Good. Let's move on to a more difficult practice. So I'd like you to look at these sentences, these questions, and fill in the missing word. How did you do? Let's check. ¿De dónde eres or de dónde es? Pretty much any form of de dónde eres or de dónde es would be the best answers for the first one. Mi padre está corriendo. Barcelona está en España. Es el 7 de junio. Son las 2. Ella está triste. Muy bien. All right, so I'm going to add just a little bit more to this lesson. Since the rest of it was pretty much a direct rehash from the last lesson of Course 1, I want to be able to add something extra to this. And so I thought this would be a great place to add in the question words or preguntas. Throughout this course, we are going to learn how to form questions and ask all sorts of different questions. And the best way to get started with that is by learning the question words. At this point, through our previous lessons, you probably already know at least 2 or 3 of them, but I want to introduce you to all of them. So let's learn them really quickly. First, we have ¿qué? 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 ¿Qué is what? ¿Quién? 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 ¿Quién is who? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué is why? ¿Dónde? 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 ¿Dónde is where? cuánto, cuánto, cuánto. Cuánto is how much or how many. Cuándo, cuándo, cuándo. Cuándo is when. Cómo, cómo, cómo. Cómo is how. All right, let's do a little bit of a practice. I'd like you to please pause the video and write in the translations for each of these words. Do your best to try and not to look back and test your memory. How did you do? Let's check. Who is quién? What is qué? When is cuándo? Where is dónde? Why is por qué? How is cómo? And how many is cuánto? Muy bien. Very good. Felicidades! Congratulations! You made it through the first lesson of this brand new course. You did a great job. I know it was a lot of review, but don't worry, we will learn a bunch of new vocabulary in the upcoming lessons. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Until next time, hasta luego!